like how often should you bet in general? How often should you what kind of bet should you make? Should you bet big or should you bet small? I mean, with which hands? And so this is where the idea of a range comes from, because when you're bluffing with a particular hand in a particular spot, you don't want there to be a pattern for the other person to pick up on. You don't want them to figure out, oh, whenever this person is in this spot, they're always bluffing. And so you have to reason about, okay, would I also bet with a good hand in this spot? You want to be unpredictable. So you have to think about what would I do if I had this different set of cards.
Is there explicit estimation of like a theory of mind that the other person has about you, or is that just a emergent thing that happens?
The way that the bots handle it that are really successful, they have an explicit theory of mind. So they're explicitly reasoning about what's the common knowledge group? What do you think I have? What do I think you have? What do you think I think you have? It's explicitly reasoning about it.
Is there multiple U's there? So maybe that's jumping ahead to six players, but is there a stickiness to the person? So it's an iterative game. If you're playing the same person, there's a stickiness to that, right? You're gathering information as you play. It's not every hand is a new hand. Is there a continuation in terms of estimating what kind of player I'm facing here?
That's a good question. So you could approach the game that way. The way that the bots do it, they don't, and the way that humans approach it, also expert human players, the way they approach it is to basically assume that you know my strategy. So I'm going to try to pick a strategy where even if I were to play it for 10,000 hands and you could figure out exactly what it was, you still wouldn't be able to beat it. Basically, what that means is I'm trying to approximate the Nash equilibrium. I'm trying to be perfectly balanced because if I'm playing the Nash equilibrium, even if you know what my strategy is, like I said, I'm still unbeatable in expectation. So that's what the bot aims for, and that's actually what a lot of expert poker players aim for as well. To start by playing the Nash equilibrium, and then maybe if they spot weaknesses in the way you're playing, then they can deviate a little bit to take advantage of that.
They aim to be unbeatable in expectation. Okay. So who's the greatest poker player of all time, and why is it Phil Healthy? So this is Phil. So he's known, at least in part, for maybe playing suboptimally, and he still wins a lot. It's a bit chaotic. So maybe can you speak from an AI perspective about the genius of his madness, or the madness of his genius? So playing suboptimally, playing chaotically, as a way to make you hard.
Excellent, man. That's great. We'll see you.
So, okay.
Shout out to Aaron, everybody.
Like Nash equilibrium, it doesn't mean that the whole point of it is that you're trying to be unpredictable. Now, I think when somebody like Phil Helmy is maybe really successful, is not in being unpredictable, but in being able to take advantage of the other player and figure out where they're being predictable, or guiding the other player into thinking that you have certain weaknesses, and then understanding how they're going to change their behavior. They're going to deviate from a Nash equilibrium style of play, try to take advantage of those perceived weaknesses, and then counter exploit them. So you kind of get into the mind games there.
So you think about these heads-up poker as a dance between two agents. I guess you're playing the cards, or you're playing the player.
So this gets down to a big argument in the poker community and the academic community. For a long time, there was this debate of like what's called GTO, game theory optimal poker, or exploitative play. And up until about like 2017, when we did a Lebradas match, I think actually exploitative play had the advantage. A lot of people were saying like, oh, this whole idea of game theory is just nonsense. And if you really want to make money, you got to like look into the other person's eyes and read their soul and figure out what cards they have. But what happened was people started adopting the game theory optimal strategy, and they were making good money. And they weren't trying to adapt so much to the other player. They were just trying to play the Nash equilibrium. And then what really solidified it, I think, was the Lebradas match, where we played our bot against 4 top heads-up Hold'em poker players. And the bot wasn't trying to adapt to them. It wasn't trying to exploit them. It wasn't trying
Welcome. How are you?
Mind games. It was just trying to approximate the equilibrium. And it crushed them.
What's good in your neck of the woods, my friend?
I'm chilling, bro. Thinking about equilibriums, and I'm thinking about aliens, bro.
That's amazing. All right.
Yeah.
Have we met?
I'm thinking about the little plasma things, bro. Yeah, we have.
Okay, you from
You
Australia?
know, what's that shit called? Yeah, I am.
Okay, excellent.
I'm here to learn, bro.
Cool. What's your name normally when you're in here?
Barcode, bro. It's like a bunch of eyes. Might ring a bell.
Let me see, just for a moment. Yeah, we can learn about aliens all fucking night, man, or all fucking day.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm
Excellent.
keen to learn about some aliens, bro.
All right. Do you know about Bob Lazar?
Bible's Ark?
Bob Lazar, B-O-B
No, I don't.
space L-A-Z-A-R.
No, I don't, bro.
All right. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, that's all we need to know. Here's Bob Lazar's interview on Joe Rogan about aliens. And about, you know, Area 51 is?
Oh. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, just for a
I'm
moment.
ready, bro.
Oh, excellent. I'm glad you're here. Shout out to our new friend. All right.
Two, one, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told.
If at any point you have questions or you want to talk, just let me know. In the meantime, I'm just going to let it
Roger
go.
that.
Pardon me? Roger that?
Roger that.
Perfect, man.
Yep.
Excellent.
The story many times. You've been grilled many times, and it's very stressful.
I'm
for
here.
you,
I
so
just have to adjust
really
two of my
appreciate
computers. I'm like 10 feet away if you
it.
need
For
me.
people who don't know the story,
Got it, bro.
there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs
And flying saucers.
and Flying Saucers.
Sorry, Air 51 and flying saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. Like I told you last night when we went out to dinner, I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, you went like, what?
Well, you know, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos
Right.
National Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982. I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car, and then you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting.
Welcome.
Back in the day.
Rabbi, have you ever made an attempt on your
Anyway,
life?
he remembered.
One more time. Can you repeat that?
Have you ever made an attempt on your own life?
No.
What?
and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off. And, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because the Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
They just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada. That whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's
Bob, one of these days, somebody's going to watch this up in India.
I think, we were playing for $50, $100 blinds, and over the course of about 120,000 hands, it made close to $2 million.
120,000 hands
120,000 hands.
against humans.
Yeah, and this was fake money. So there was real money at stake. There was $200,000.
First of all money is fake, but that's a
Love
different conversation.
Love it.
We give it meaning. It's a phenomenon that gets meaning from our complex psychology as a human civilization. It's emerging from the collective intelligence of the human species. But that's not what you mean. You mean like there's literally you can't buy stuff with it. Okay, can you actually step back and take me through that competition?
Yeah. Okay. So when I was in grad school, there was this thing called the annual computer poker competition, where every year all the different research labs that were working on AI for poker would get together. They would make a bot. They would play them against each other. And we made a bot that actually won the 2014 competition, the 2016 competition. And so we decided we're going to take this bot, build on it, and play against real top professional heads-up no limit focus hold'em poker players. So we invited 4 of the world's best players in this specialty, and we challenged them to 120,000 hands of poker over the course of 20 days. And we had $200,000 in prize money at stake, where it would basically be divided among them depending on how well they did relative to each other. So we wanted to have some incentive for them to play their best.
Did you have a confidence 2014, 16 that this is even possible? How much doubt was there?
So we did a competition actually in 2015 where we also played against professional poker players, and the bot lost by a pretty sizable margin actually. Now there were some big improvements from 2015 to 2017, and so
Can you speak to the improvements? Is it computational nature? Is it the algorithm, the methods?
it was really an algorithmic approach that was the difference. So 2015 it was much more focused on trying to come up with a strategy up front, like trying to solve the entire game of poker, like, and then just have a lookup table where you're saying like, oh, I'm in this situation, what's the strategy? The approach that we took in 2017 was much more search-based. It was trying to say, okay, well, let me in real time try to compute a much better strategy than what I had pre-computed by playing against myself during self-play.
What is the search space for poker? What are you searching over? What's that look like? There's different actions like raising, calling. Yeah, what are the actions? Is it just search over actions?
So in a game like chess, the search is like, okay, I'm in this chess position, and I can like, move these different pieces and see where things end up. In poker, what you're searching over is the actions that you can take for your hand, the probabilities that you take those actions, and then also the probabilities that you take other actions with other hands that you might have. And that's kind of like hard to wrap your head around. Like, why are you searching over these like other hands that you might have, and like trying to figure out what you would do with those hands? And the idea is again, you want to always be balanced and unpredictable. And so if your search algorithm is saying like, oh, I want to raise with this hand, well, in order to know whether that's a good action, like let's say it's a bluff. Let's say you have a bad hand and you're saying like, oh, I think I should be betting here with this really bad hand and bluffing. Well, that's only a good action if you're also betting with a strong hand. Otherwise, it's an obvious bluff.
So if your action, in some sense, maximizes your unpredictability, so that action could be mapped by your opponent to a lot of different hands, and that's a good action.
Basically, what you want to do is put your opponent into a tough spot. So you want them to always have some doubt, like, should I call here? Should I fold here? And if you are raising in the appropriate balance between bluffs and good hands, then you're putting them into that tough spot. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're always trying to search for a strategy that would put the opponent into a difficult position.
Can you give a metric that we're trying to maximize or minimize? Does this have to do with the regret thing what we're talking about in terms of putting your opponent in a maximally tough spot?
Yeah, ultimately what you're trying to maximize is your expected winnings, like your expected value, the amount of money that you're going to walk away from, assuming that your opponent was playing optimally in response. So you're going to assume that your opponent is also playing like as well as possible a Nash equilibrium approach, because if they're not, then you're just going to make more money, right? Like anything that deviates, like by definition, the Nash equilibrium is the strategy that does the best in expectation. And so if you're deviating from that, then they're going to lose money. And since the 2 players are same game, that means you're going to make money.
So there's not an explicit like objective function that maximizes the toughness of the spot they're put in. You're always, this is from like a self-play reinforcement learning perspective, you're just trying to maximize winnings, and the rest is implicit.
That's right. Yeah. So what we're actually trying to maximize is the expected value, given that the opponent is playing optimally in response to us. Now, in practice, what that ends up looking like is it's putting the opponent into difficult situations where there's no obvious decision to be made.
So the system doesn't know anything about the difficulty of the situation.
Not at all. Doesn't care.
Yeah. Right. In my head, it was getting excited whenever I was making the opponent sweat. Okay, so you're in 2015, you didn't do as well. So what's the journey from that to a system that, in your mind, could have a chance?
So 2015, we got beat pretty badly, and we actually learned a lot from that competition. In particular, what became clear to me is that the way the humans were approaching the game was very different from how the bot was approaching the game. The bot would not be doing search; it would just be trying to compute. It would do like months of self play. It would just be playing against itself for months, but then when it's actually playing the game, it would just act instantly. And the humans, when they're in a tough spot, they would sit there and think for sometimes even like 5 minutes about whether they're going to call or fold a hand. And it became clear to me that there's a good chance that that's what's missing from our bot. So I actually did some initial experiments to try to figure out how much of a difference this is actually make, and the difference was huge.
As a signal to the human player how long you took to think.
No. I'm not saying that there were any timing tells. I was saying when the human, like the bot, would always act instantly. It wouldn't try to come up with a better strategy in real time over what it had pre-computed during training. Whereas the human, like they have all this intuition about how to play, but they're also in real time leveraging their ability to think, to search, to plan, and coming up with an even better strategy than what their intuition would say.
So you're saying that that's what you mean by you're doing search also. You have a intuition and search on top of that, looking for a better solution.
Yeah, that's what I mean by search. That instead of acting instantly, a neural net usually gives you a response in like 100 milliseconds or something. It depends on the size of the net. But if you can leverage extra computational resources, you can possibly get a much better outcome. And we did some experiments in small scale versions of poker, and what we found was that if you do a little bit of search, even just a little bit, it was the equivalent of making your pre-computed strategy, like you can kind of think of it as your neural net, 1,000 times bigger. But just a little bit of search. And it just like blew away all of the research that we have been working on and trying to like scale up this like pre-computed solution. It was dwarfed by the benefit that we got from search.
Can you just linger on what you mean by search here? You're searching over a space of actions for your hand and for other hands. How are you selecting the other hands to search over?
So yeah,
randomly?
No, it's all the other hands that you could have. So when you're playing No Limit Texas Hold'em, you've got 2 face down cards, and so that's 52 choose 2, 1,326 different combinations. Now that's actually a little bit lower because there's face up cards in the middle, so you can eliminate those as well. But you're looking at like around 1,000 different possible hands. And so when the bot's doing search, it's thinking explicitly, there are these 1,000 different hands that I could have. There are these 1,000 different hands that you could have. Let me try to figure out what would be a better strategy than what I've pre-computed for these hands and your hands.
Okay, so that search, how do you fuse that with what the neural net is telling you, or what the train system is telling you?
Yeah, so you kind of like where the train system comes in is the value at the end. So there's you only look so far ahead. You look like maybe one round ahead. So if you're on the flop, you're looking to the start of the turn. And at that point, you can use the pre-computed solution to figure out what's the value here of this strategy.
Is it of a single action essentially in that spot? You're getting a value, or is it the value of the entire series of actions?
Well, it's kind of both, because you're trying to maximize the value for the hand that you have, but in the process, in order to maximize the value of the hand that you have to figure out what would I be doing with all these other hands.
Okay, but are you in the search always going to the end of the game?
In Libratus, we did. So we only used search starting on the turn, and then we searched all the way to the end of the game.
The turn, the river. Can we take it through the terminology?
Yeah, there's 4 rounds of poker. So there's the pre-flop, the flop, the turn, and the river. And so we would start doing search halfway through the game. Now, the first half of the game, that was all pre-computed. It would just act instantly. And then when it got to the halfway point, then it would always search to the end of the game. Now, we later improved this, so it wouldn't have to search all the way to the end of the game. It would actually search just a few moves ahead. But that came later. That drastically reduced the amount of computational resources that we needed.
But the moves, because you can keep betting on top of each other. That's what you mean by moves. So, like, that's where you don't just get one bet per turn of poker. You can have multiple arbitrary number of bets, right?
Right. I'm trying to think, like, I'm going to bet, and then what are you going to do to respond? Are you going to raise me, or are you going to call, and then if you raise, what should I do? So it's reasoning about that whole process up until the end of the game in the case of Lebradas.
So for Lebradas, what's the most number of re-raises have you ever seen?
You probably cap out at like 5 or something because at that point you're basically all in.
I mean, is there like interesting patterns like that you've seen that the game does? Like you'll have like Alpha Zero doing way more sacrifices than humans usually do. Is there something like Lebradas was constantly re-raising or something like that you noticed?
There was something really interesting that we observed with Lebradas. So humans, when they're playing poker, they usually size their bets relative to the size of the pot. So if the pot has $100 in there, maybe you bet like $75, somewhere between like $50 and $100. And with Lebradas, we gave it the option to basically bet whatever it wanted. It was actually really easy for us to say like, oh, if you want, you can bet like 10 times the pot. And we didn't think it would actually do that. It was just like, why not give it the option? And then during the competition, it actually started doing this. And by the way, this is like a very last minute decision on our part to add this option. And so we did not think the bot would do this. And I was actually kind of worried when it did start to do this. Like, oh, is this a problem? Like humans don't do this. Like, is it screwing up? But it would put the humans into really difficult spots when they do that. Because, you can imagine, like, you have the second best hand that's possible given the board, and you're thinking, like, oh, you're in a really great spot here, and suddenly the bot bets $20,000 into a $1,000 pot, and it's basically saying, like, I have the best hand, or I'm bluffing. And you having the second best hand, like, now you get a really tough choice to make. And so the humans would sometimes think, like, 5 or 10 minutes about, like, what do you do? Should I call? Should I fold? And when I saw the humans like really struggling with that decision, like that's when I realized, like, oh, actually, this is going to be a good thing to do after all.
And of course, the system doesn't know that it's making, again, like we said, that it's putting them in a tough spot. It's just that's part of the optimal, the game theory optimal.
Right. From the bot's perspective, it's just doing a thing that's going to make it the most money. And the fact that it's putting the humans in a difficult spot, like that's just a side effect of that. And this was, I think, the one thing. I mean, there were a few things that the humans walked away from, but this was the number one thing that the humans walked away from the competition, saying like, we need to start doing this. And now these overbets, what are called overbets, have become really common in high-level poker play.
Have you ever talked to like somebody like Danny on the ground about this? He seems to be a student of the game.
I did actually have a conversation with Daniel DeGrani once. Yeah, I was visiting the Isle of Man to talk to poker stars about AI, and Daniel DeGrani was there. We had dinner together with some other people, and yeah, he was really interested in it. He mentioned that he was like, excited about like learning from these AIs.
So he wasn't scared. He was excited.
He was excited, and he honestly he wanted to play against the bot. He thought he had a decent chance of beating it. I think this was like several years ago, and I think it was like not as clear to everybody that the AIs were taking over. I think now people recognize that like if you're playing against a bot, there's like no chance that you have in a game like poker.
So consistently, the bots will win. The bots heads up, and in other variants too. So multi 6-player Texas Hold'em, no limit Texas Hold'em is the bots win.
Yeah, that's the case. So I think there is some debate about like, is it true for every single variant of poker? I think for every single variant of poker, if somebody really put in the effort, they can make an AI that would beat all humans at it. We've focused on the most popular variants, so heads up, no limit Texas Hold'em, and then we followed it up with 6-player poker as well, where we managed to make a bot that beat expert human players. And I think even there now, it's pretty clear that human players have a chance.
Yeah, I would love to hook up an AI system that looks at EEG, like how, like actually tries to optimize the toughness of the spot it puts a human in. And I would love to see how different is that from the game theory optimal. So you try to maximize the heart rate of the human player, like the freaking out over a long period of time. I wonder if there's going to be different strategies that emerge that are close in terms of effectiveness. Because something tells me you could still be achieve superhuman level performance by just making people sweat.
I feel like that there's a good chance that is the case. Yeah, if you're able to see like that, it's like a decent proxy for score, right? And this is actually like the common poker wisdom when they're teaching players before there were bots, and they were trying to teach people how to play poker. They would say like the key to the game is to put your opponent in difficult spots. It's a good estimate for if you're making the right decision.
So, what else can you say about the fundamental role of search in poker, and maybe if you can also relate it to chess and Go in these games? What's the role of search to solve in these games?
Yeah, I think a lot of people this is true for the general public, and I think it's true for the AI community. A lot of people underestimate the importance of search for these kinds of game AI results. An example of this is TD Gammon that came out in 1992. This was the first real instance of a neural net being used in a game AI. It's a landmark achievement. It was actually the inspiration for AlphaZero. And it used search. It used 2-ply search to figure out the type of game. You got Deep Blue. There, it was very heavily focused on search, looking many, many moves ahead, farther than any human could. And that was key for why it won. And then even with something like AlphaGo, I mean, AlphaGo is commonly hailed as a landmark achievement for neural nets, and it is. But there's also this huge component of search, Monte Carlo tree search, the AlphaGo, that was key, absolutely essential for the AI to be able to beat top humans. I think a good example of this is you look at the latest versions of AlphaGo, like it's called AlphaZero, and there's this metric called ELO rating, where you can compare different humans and you can compare bots to humans. Now, a top human player is around 3,600 ELO, maybe a little bit higher now. AlphaZero, the strongest version, is around 5,200 ELO. But if you take out the search that's being done at test time, and by the way, what I mean by search is
there he is.
planning ahead, the thinking of like, oh, if I place this
Well,
one here,
since
then
you've been
he does
gone,
this,
we had two
and then
people
look
here.
like 5 moves ahead, and you see like what the board state looks like.
We're just chilling.
That's what I mean by search. If you take out the search that's done during the game, the ELO rating drops to around 3,000. So even today, 7 years after AlphaGo, if you take out the Monte Carlo tree search that's being done at one playing against the human, the bots are not superhuman. Nobody
I have a
has made a
Roblox
raw neural
account.
net that is superhuman in Go.
It's worth lingering on. That's quite profound. So without search, that just means looking at the next move and saying this is the best move. So having a function that estimates accurately what the best move is.
That's right.
Without search.
Yeah, and all these bots, they have what's called a policy network, where it will tell you this is what the neural net thinks is the next best move. And it's kind of like the intuition that a human has. The human looks at the board, and any Go or chess master will be able to tell you like, oh, instantly, here's what I think the right move is. And the bot is able to do the same thing. But just like how a human grandmaster can make a better decision if they have more time to think, when you add on this Monte Carlo tree search, the bot is able to make a better decision.
Yeah, I mean, of course, a human is doing something like search in their brain, but it's not. I hesitate to draw a hard line, but it's not like Monte Carlo tree search. It's more like sequential language model generation. So it's like the neural network is doing the searching. I wonder what the human brain is doing in terms of searching. Because you're doing that like computation. The human is computing. They have intuition, they have gut. They have a really strong ability to estimate, amongst the top players of what is good in that position without calculating all the details. But they're still doing a search in their head. But it's a different kind of search. Have you ever thought about like what is the difference between the search that the human is performing versus what computers are doing?
I have thought a lot about that, and I think it's a really important question. So the AI in AlphaGo or any of these Go AIs, they're all doing Monte Carlo tree search, which is a particular kind of search, and it's actually a symbolic tabular search. It uses the neural net to guide its search, but it isn't actually like full-on neural net. Now, that kind of search is very successful in these kinds of like perfect information board games like chess and Go. But if you take it to a game like poker, for example, it doesn't work. It can't understand the concept of hidden information. It doesn't understand the balance that you have to strike between like the amount that you're raising versus the amount that you're calling. And in every one of these games, you see a different kind of search. And the human brain is able to plan for all these different games in a very general way. Now, I think that's one thing that we're missing from AI today. And I think it's a really important missing piece: the ability to plan and reason more generally across a wide variety of different settings.
In a way where the general reasoning makes you better at each one of the games,
Yeah.
not worse.
Yeah, so you can kind of think of it as like neural nets today. They'll give you like Transformers, for example, are super general, but they'll give you it'll output an answer in like 100 milliseconds. And if you tell it like, oh, you got 5 minutes to give you a decision, feel free to take more time to make a better decision. It's not going to know what to do with that. But a human, if you're playing a game like chess, they're going to give you a very different answer depending on if you say, oh, you got 100 milliseconds or you got 5 minutes.
Yeah, there people have started using transformers with language models in an iterative way that does improve the answer or like showing the work
They got this,
kind of idea.
yeah, they got this thing called chain of thought reasoning, and that's I think
Super promising, right?
yeah, I think it's a good step in the right direction. I would kind of like say it's similar to Monte Carlo rollouts in a game like chess. There's a kind of search that you can do where you're saying like I'm going to roll out my intuition and see like without really thinking, what are the better decisions I can make farther down the path. What would I do if I just acted according to intuition for the next 10 moves? And that gets you an improvement, but I think that there's much richer kinds of planning that you could do.
So when Lebrados actually beat the poker players, what did that feel like? What was that? I mean, actually, on that day, what were you feeling like? Were you nervous? I mean, poker was one of the games that you thought like is not going to be solvable because the human factor is so. At least in the narratives we tell ourselves, the human factor is so fundamental to the game of poker.
Yeah, the Lebrados competition was super stressful. Also, I mean, I was working on this like basically continuously for a year leading up to the competition. I mean, for me, it became like very clear, like, okay, this is the search technique, this is the approach that we need, and then I spent a year working on this pretty much like nonstop.
Can we actually get into details like what programming language is it written in? What's some interesting implementation details that are like fun/painful?
Yeah, so one of the interesting things about Lebrados is that we had no idea what the bar was to actually beat top humans.
Yeah.
We could play against like our prior bots, and that kind of gives us some sense of like, are we making progress? Are we going in the right direction? But we had no idea like what the bar actually was, and so we threw a huge amount of resources at trying to make the strongest bot possible. So we used C++. It was parallelized. We were using I think like 1,000 CPUs, maybe more actually. And today that sounds like nothing, but for a grad student back in 2016, that was a huge amount of resources.
Well, it's still a lot for even any grad student today. It's still tough to get, or even to allow yourself to think in that in terms of scale at CMU, at MIT, anything like that.
Yeah, and talking about terabytes of memory, so it was a very parallelized, and it had to be very fast too, because the more games that you could simulate, the stronger the bot would be.
So, is there some like John Carmack style, like efficiencies you have to come up with, like an efficient way to represent the hand, all that kind of stuff?
There were all sorts of optimizations that I had to make to try to get this thing to run as fast as possible. There were like, how do you minimize the latency? How do you package things together so that like you minimize the amount of communication between the different nodes? How do you optimize the algorithms so that you can try to squeeze out more and more from the game that you're actually playing? All these kinds of different decisions that I have to make.
Just a fun question. What IDE did you use? What for C++?
I think I used Visual Studio actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that still carry through to today?
VS Code is what I use today. It seems like it's pretty
The
popular.
community basically converged on. Okay, cool. So you got this super optimized C++ system, and then you show up to the competition.
Yeah.
Humans versus machine. How did it feel throughout the day?
Super stressful. I mean, I thought going into it that we had like a 50-50 chance. Basically, I thought if they play in a totally normal style, I think we'll squeak out a win. But there's always a chance that they can find some weakness in the bot. And if they do, and we're playing like for 20 days, 120,000 hands of poker. They have a lot of time to find weaknesses in the system. And if they do, we're going to get crushed. And that's actually what happened in the previous competition. The humans, they started out, it wasn't like they were winning from the start, But then they found these weaknesses that they could take advantage of, and for the next like 10 days, they were just crushing the bot, stealing money from it.
What were the weaknesses they found? Like maybe over betting was effective, that kind of stuff. So certain betting strategies weren't.
What they found
In the
is,
live right
yeah,
now.
over betting, like betting certain amounts, the bot would have a lot of trouble dealing with those sizes. And then also, when the bot got into really difficult all-in situations,
Drive, lady.
it wasn't able to,
Drive.
because it wasn't doing search, it
Drive.
had to clump different
Go,
hands
baby.
together, and it would treat them identically. And so it wouldn't be able to distinguish, like having a king high flush versus an ace high flush. And in some situations, that really matters a lot. And so they could put the bot into those situations, and then the bot would just leave money.
Drive, lady.
Clever humans. Okay, so I didn't
Drive,
realize
go.
it was
Pedal
over
the metal.
20 days. So
Lord.
what were the humans like over those 20 days? And what was the bot like?
All gas.
So we had set up the competition.
What happened?
Like I said, there was $200,000 in prize money, and they would get paid a fraction of that.
How the
depending
fuck
on
did
well
that just
they were
happen?
to each other. So I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't work together to try to find weaknesses in the bot, but they entered the competition with their number one objective being to beat the bot, and they didn't care about individual glory. They were like, we're all going to work as a team to try to take down this bot.
Yeah.
And so they immediately started comparing notes. What they would do is they would coordinate, looking at different parts of the strategy to try to find out weaknesses. And then at the end of the day, we actually sent them a log of all the hands that were played and what cards the bot had on each of those hands.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's gutsy.
Yeah, it was honestly, and I'm not sure why we did that in retrospect, but I'm glad we did it because we ended up winning anyway. But that, if you've ever played poker before, that is golden information.
Yeah.
No, usually when you play poker, you see about a third of the hands to showdown, and to just hand them all the cards that the bot had on every single hand, that was just a gold mine for them.
Yeah.
And so then they would review the hands and try to see okay, could they find patterns in the bot, weaknesses, and could they then they would coordinate and study together and try to figure out, okay, now this person's going to explore this part of the strategy for weaknesses. This person's going to explore this part of the strategy for weaknesses.
It's a kind of psychological warfare showing them the hands.
Yeah.
I'm sure you didn't think of it that way, but doing that means you're confident in the possibility to win.
Well, that's one way of putting it. I wasn't super confident. Yeah. So, going in, like I said, I think I had 50-50 odds on us winning. When we announced the competition, the poker community decided to gamble on who would win, and their initial odds against us were 4-1. They were really convinced that the humans were going to pull out a win. The bot ended up winning for 3 days straight, and even then, after 3 days, the betting odds were still just 50-50. And then at that point, it started to look like the humans were coming back. They started to but poker is a very high variance game. And I think what happened is they thought that they spotted some weaknesses that weren't actually there.
Sketty time?
And then around day 8, it was just very clear that they were getting absolutely crushed.
Really smooth.
And from that point, I think for a while there, I was super stressed out, thinking oh my god, the humans are coming back, and they found weaknesses, and now we're just going to lose the whole thing. But no, it ended up going in the other direction, and the bot ended up crushing them.
How did it feel at the end? As a human being, as a person who appreciates the beauty of the game of poker, and as a person who appreciates the beauty of AI, did you feel a certain kind of way about it?
I felt a lot of things, man. At that point in my life, I had spent 5 years working on this project, and it was a huge sense of accomplishment. To spend 5 years working on something and finally see it succeed, I wouldn't trade that for anything in the world.
Yeah, because that's a real benchmark. It's not like getting some percent accuracy on a data set. This is real. This is real world.
Yeah.
It's just a game, but it's also a game that means a lot to a lot of people. And this is humans doing their best to beat the machine. So this is a real benchmark, unlike anything else.
Yeah, and this is what I have been dreaming about since I was 16, playing poker, with my friends in high school. The idea that you could find a strategy, approximate the Nash equilibrium, be able to beat all the poker players in the world with it. So to actually see that come to fruition and be realized, it's kind of magical.
Yeah, especially money is on the line too. It's different than chess. In that aspect, people get That's why you want to look at betting markets. You want to actually understand what people really think. And in the same sense, poker, it's really high stakes because it's money. And to solve that game, that's an amazing accomplishment. So the leap from that to multi-way six-player poker, how difficult is that jump? And what are some interesting differences between heads-up poker and multi-way poker?
Yeah, so I mentioned, Nash Equilibrium in two-player zero-sum games. If you play that strategy, you are guaranteed to not lose an expectation no matter what your opponent does. Now, once you go to six-player poker, you're no longer playing a two-player zero-sum game. And so there was a lot of debate among the academic community and among the poker community about how well these techniques would extend beyond just two-player heads-up poker. Now, what I have come to realize is that the techniques actually I thought really would extend to six-player poker, because even though in theory they don't give you these guarantees outside of two-player zero-sum games, in practice it still gives you a really strong strategy. Now, there were a lot of complications that would come up with six-player poker besides like the game theoretic aspect. I mean, for one, the game is just exponentially larger. So the main thing that allowed us to go from two-player to six-player was the idea of depth-limited search. So I said before, we would do search, we would plan out, the bot would plan out like what it's going to do next and for the next several moves. And in Lebradas, that search was done extending all the way to the end of the game. So it would have to start from the turn onwards, like looking maybe 10 moves ahead. It would have to figure out what it was doing for all those moves. Now, when you get to six-player poker, it can't do that exhaustive search anymore because the game is just way too large. But by only having to look a few moves ahead and then stopping there and substituting a value estimate of like how good is that strategy at that point, then we're able to do a much more scalable form of search.
Is there something cool? We're looking at the paper right now. Is there something cool in the paper in terms of graphics? Game tree traversal via Monte Carlo.
I think if you go down a bit,
They could want an example of equilibrium selection problem. Ooh, so yeah. What do we know about equilibria when there's multiple players?
so when you go outside of two players, you're a sum. So a Nash equilibrium is a set of strategies, like one strategy for each player, where no player has an incentive to switch to a different strategy. And so you can kind of think of it as like, imagine you have a game where there's a ring. That's actually the visual here. You got a ring, and the object of the game is to be as far away from the other players as possible. There's a Nash equilibrium is for all the players to be spaced equally apart around this ring. But there's infinitely many different Nash equilibrium, right? There's infinitely many ways to space four dots along the ring. And if every single player independently computes a Nash equilibrium, then there's no guarantee that the joint strategy that they're all playing is going to be a Nash equilibrium. They're just going to be like random dots scattered along this ring rather than four coordinated dots being equally spaced apart.
Is it possible to sort of optimally do this kind of selection? To do the selection of the equilibrium you're chasing? So is there like a meta problem to be solved here?
So the meta problem is, in some sense, how do you understand the Nash equilibrium that the other players are going to play? And even if you do that, again, there's no guarantee that you're going to win. So, if you're playing Risk, like I said, and all the other players decide to team up against you, you're going to lose. Nash equilibrium doesn't help you there. And so there was this big debate about whether Nash equilibrium and all these techniques that compute it are even useful once you go outside of two-player zero-sum games. Now, I think for many games, there is a valid criticism here. And I think when we go to something like diplomacy, we run into this issue that the approach of trying to approximate a Nash equilibrium doesn't really work anymore. But it turns out that in six-player poker, because six-player poker is such an adversarial game, where none of the players really try to work with each other, the techniques that were used in two-player poker to try to approximate an equilibrium, those still end up working in practice in six-player poker.
There's some deep way in which six-player poker is just a bunch of heads-up poker like games in one. It's like embedded in it. So the competitiveness is more fundamental to poker than the cooperation.
Right, yeah. Poker is just such an adversarial game. There's no real cooperation. In fact, you're not even allowed to cooperate in poker. It's considered collusion. It's against the rules. Um, and so for that reason, the techniques end up working really well. And I think that's true more broadly in extremely adversarial games in general.
But that's sort of in practice versus being able to prove something.
That's right. Nobody has proof that that's the case. And it could be that six-player poker belongs to some class of games where approximating a Nash equilibrium through self-play provably works well. And there are other classes of games beyond just two-player zero-sum where this is proven to work well. So there are these kinds of games called potential games, which I won't go into. It's kind of like a complicated concept, but there are classes of games where this approach to approximating Nash equilibrium is proven to work well. Now, six-player poker is not known to belong to one of those classes, but it is possible that there is some class of games where it either provably performs well or provably performs not that badly.
So, what are some interesting things about Pluribus that was able to achieve human level performance on this, or superhuman level performance on the six-player version of poker?
I think the most interesting thing about Pluribus is that it was so much cheaper than Libratus. I mean, Libratus, if you had to put a price tag on the computational resources that went into it, I would say the final training run took about $100,000. You go to Pluribus, the final training run would cost like less than $150 on AWS.
Is this normalized to computational inflation? So, meaning, does this just have to do with the fact that Pluribus was trained like a year later?
No. It's not. First of all, computing resources are getting cheaper every day, but you're not going to see a 1,000-fold decrease in the computational resources over 2 years, or even anywhere close to that. The real improvement was algorithmic improvements, and in particular, the ability to do depth limited search.
So, does depth limited search also work for Libratus?
Yes. So where this depth limited search came from is, I developed this technique and ran it on two-player poker first, and that reduced the computational resources needed to make an AI that was superhuman from $100,000 for Libratus to something you could train on your laptop.
What do you learn from that discovery?
What I would take away from that is that algorithmic improvements really do matter.
How would you describe the more general case of limited depth search? It's basically constraining the scale, temporal, or in some other way of the computation you're doing, in some clever way. Like how else can you significantly constrain computation, right?
Well, I think the idea is that we want to be able to leverage search as much as possible, and the way that we were doing it in Libratus required us to search all the way to the end of the game. Now, if you're playing a game like chess, the idea that you're going to search always to the end of the game is kind of unimaginable, right? Like, there's just so many situations where you just won't be able to use search in that case, or the cost would be, prohibitive. And this technique allowed us to leverage search, and without having to pay such a huge computational cost for it, and be able to apply it more broadly.
So, to what degree did you use neural nets for Libratus and Pluribus, and more generally, what role do neural nets have to play in superhuman level performance in poker?
So we actually did not use neural nets at all for Libratus or Pluribus, and a lot of people found this surprising back in 2017. I think they find it surprising today that we were able to do this without using any neural nets. And I think the reason for that, I think neural nets are incredibly powerful, and the techniques that are used today, even for poker AIs, do rely quite heavily on neural nets. But it wasn't the main challenge for poker. I think what neural nets are really good for, if you're in a situation where finding features for a value function is really difficult, then neural nets are really powerful. And this was the problem in Go, right? The problem in Go was that, or the final problem in Go at least, was that nobody had a good way of looking at a board and figuring out who was winning or losing, and describing through a simple algorithm who was winning or losing. And so there, neural nets were super helpful because you could just feed in a ton of different board positions into this neural net, and it would be able to predict then who was winning or losing. But in poker, the features weren't the challenge. The challenge was, how do you design a scalable algorithm that would allow you to find this balanced strategy that would understand that you have to bluff with the right probability.
Can that be somehow incorporated into the value function? The complexity of poker that you described.
Yeah, so the way the value functions work in poker, like the latest and greatest poker AIs, they do use neural nets for the value function. The way it's done is very different from how it's done in a game like chess or Go, because in poker you have to reason about beliefs, and so the value of a state depends on the beliefs that players have about what the different cards are. So like if you have pocket aces, then whether that's a really, really good hand or just an okay hand depends on whether you know I have pocket aces. Where like if you know that I have pocket aces, then if I bet, you're going to fold me. But if you think that I have a really bad hand, then I could bet with pocket aces and make a ton of money. So the value function in poker these days takes the beliefs as an input, which is very different from like how chess and Go AIs work.
So, as a person who appreciates the game, who do you think is the greatest poker player of all time?
That's a tough question.
Can an AI help answer that question? Can actually AI analyze the quality of play, right? So the AI chess engines can give estimates of the quality of play, right? I wonder if is there an ELO rating type of system for poker? I suppose you could, but there's just not enough. You would have to play a lot of games, right? A very large number of games, like more than you would in chess. The deterministic game makes it easier to estimate ELO.
I think it is much harder to estimate something like ELO rating in poker. I think it's doable. The problem is that the game is very high variance. So you could be profitable in poker for a year, and you could actually be a bad player just because the variance is so high. I mean, you've got top professional poker players that would lose for a year just because they're on a really bad streak.
Yeah, so for ELO, you have to have a nice, clean way of saying if player A played player B and A beats B, that says something. That's a signal. In poker, it's a very noisy signal.
It's a very noisy signal. Now, there is a signal there, so you could do this calculation. It would just be much harder. But the same way that AIs have now taken over chess, and all the top professional chess players train with AIs, the same is true for poker. The game has become a very computational. People train with AIs to try to find out where they're making mistakes, try to learn from the AIs to improve their strategy. So now, so the game has been revolutionized in the past 5 years by the development of AI in the sport.
The skill with which you avoided the question of the greatest of all time was impressive.
So my feeling is that it's a difficult question because just like in chess, where you can't really compare Magnus Carlsen today to Gary Kasparov because the game has evolved so much. The poker players today are so far beyond the skills of like people that were playing even 10 or 20 years ago. So you look at the kinds of like all-stars that were on ESPN at like the height of the poker boom, pretty much all those players are actually not that good at the game today. At least the strategy aspect. I mean, they might still be good at like reading the player at the other side of the table and trying to figure out like are they bluffing or not. But in terms of the actual like computational strategy of the game, a lot of them have really struggled to keep up with that. Now, so for that reason, I'll give an answer, and I'm going to say Daniel Negreanu, who you actually had on the podcast recently. I saw it was a great episode. Yeah.
And Bill's gonna hate you so much.
And I'm gonna give him credit because he is one of the few like old school, really strong players that have kept up with the development of AI.
But he's constantly studying the game theory optimal way of playing.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think a lot of the old school poker players have just kind of given up on that aspect, and I got to give them credit for keeping up with all the developments that are happening in the sport.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to watch where it's headed. So there you go. Some love for Daniel. Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go from poker to diplomacy. What is, at a high level, the game of diplomacy?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about two-player zero-sum games, and what's interesting about diplomacy is that it's very different from these like adversarial games like chess, Go, poker, even StarCraft and Dota, diplomacy has a much bigger cooperative element to it. It's a 7-player game. It was actually created in the 50s, and it takes place before World War I. It's like a map of Europe with 7 great powers, and they're all trying to form alliances with each other. There's a lot of negotiation going on, and so the whole focus of the game is on forming alliances with the other players to take on the other players.
England, Germany, Russia, Turkey, Austria, Hungary, Italy, and France.
That's right. So the way the game works is on each turn you spend about 5 to 15 minutes talking to the other players in private, and you make all sorts of deals with them. You say like, hey, let's work together. Let's team up against this other player, because the only way that you can make progress is by working with somebody else against the others. And then after that negotiation period is done, all the players simultaneously submit their moves, and they're all executed at the same time. And so you can tell people like, hey, I'm going to support you this turn, but then you don't follow through with it. And they're only going to figure that out once they see the moves being read off.
How much of it is natural language, like written, actual text? How much is like you're actually saying phrases that are structured?
So there's different ways to play the game. You can play it in person, and in that case, it's all natural language, free-form communication. There's no constraints on the kinds of deals that you can make, the kinds of things that you can discuss. You can also play it online, so you can send long emails back and forth. You can play it like live online or the voice chat. But the focus, the important thing to understand is that this is unstructured communication. You can say whatever you want. You can make any sorts of deals that you want, and everything is done privately. So it's not like you're all around the board together having a conversation. You're grabbing somebody going off into a corner and conspiring behind everybody else's back about what you're planning.
And there's no limit, in theory, to the conversation you can have directly with one person.
That's right. You can make all sorts of, you can talk about anything. You could say like, hey, let's have a long-term alliance against this guy. You can say like, hey, can you support me this turn? And in return, I'll do this other thing for you next turn. Or, just you can talk about like what you talked about with somebody else and gossip about like what they're planning. The way that I would describe the game is that it's kind of like a mix between Risk, poker, and the TV show Survivor. There's like this big element of like trying to, there's a big social element. And the best way that I would describe the game is that it's really a game about people rather than the pieces.
Does Whoopi Goldberg not have eyebrows?
Risk, because there's a map, it's kind of war game like. Poker, because there's a game theory component, it's very kind of strategic.
Fuck it.
So you could convert it into an artificial intelligence problem. And then Survivor, because of the social component. That's a strong social component. I saw that somebody said online that the internet version of the game has this quality of that it's easier to almost to do like role playing, as opposed to being yourself. You can actually like be really imagine yourself as the leader of France or Russia and so on. Like really pretend to be that person. It's actually fun to really lean into being that leader.
Yeah, so some players do go this route where they just like kind of view it as a strategy game, but also a role playing game where they can like act out like, what would I be like if I was, a leader of France in 1900?
I'll forfeit right away. No, I'm just kidding. And they sometimes use like the old timey language to like, or how they imagine the leads would talk at that time. Anyway, so what are the different turns of the game? Like, what are the rounds?
Yeah, so on every turn, you've got like a bunch of different units that you start out with. So you start out controlling like just a few units, and the object of the game is to gain control of the majority of them. If you're able to do that, then you won the game. But like I said, the only way that you're able to do that is by working with other players. So on every turn, you can issue a move order. So for each of your units, you can move them to an adjacent territory, or you can keep them where they are, or you can support a move or a hold of a different unit. So
what are the territories? Well, how is the map divided up?
it's kind of like Risk, where the map is divided up into like 50 different territories. Now, you can enter a territory if you're moving into that territory with more support than the person that's in there or the person that's trying to move in there. So if you're moving in,
His hands like Jerry Rice girls.
then if neither of you have
Like
support,
fucking
it's a one
the
versus
San
one,
Francisco
you bounce
tree.
back and neither of you will make progress. If you have a unit that's supporting that move into the territory.
Jerry
But
Rice,
it's 2 versus 1.
Aroni,
You'll kick them out.
the San Francisco Chief.
What does support mean?
Support is like it's an action that you can issue in the game. So you can say this unit. You write down this unit is supporting this other unit in this territory.
Are these units from opposing forces?
They could be. They could be. And this is where the interesting aspect of the game comes in because you can support your own units into territory, but you can also support other people's units into territory. And so that's what the negotiations really revolve around.
But you don't have to do the things you say you're going to do,
And
right?
and so
So
this
you
is,
can say I'm going to support you, but then backstab the person.
that's absolutely right.
And that tension is core to the game.
That tension is absolutely core to the game. The fact that you can make all sorts of promises, but you have to reason about the fact that like they might not trust you if you say you're going to do something, or they might be lying to you when they say they're going to support you.
So maybe just to jump back, what's the history of the game in general? Is it true that Henry Kissinger loved the game and JFK and all those? I read like a bunch of different people that, or is that just one of those things that the cool kids say they do, but they don't actually do it?
So the game was created in the 50s.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, it was JFK's. It was played in like the JFK White House, Henry Kissinger's favorite game. I don't know if it's true, but that's definitely what I've heard.
It's interesting that they went with World War One when it was created after World War Two.
So the story that I've heard for the creation of the game is it was created by somebody that had looked at the history of the 20th century, and they saw World War One as a failure of diplomacy. So, they saw the fact that this war broke out as like the diplomats of all these countries like really failed to prevent a war, and he wanted to create a game that would basically teach people about diplomacy. And it's really fascinating that like in his ideal version of the game of diplomacy, nobody actually wins the game. Because the whole point is that if somebody is about to win, then the other players should be able to work together to stop that person from winning. And so the ideal version of the game is just one where nobody actually wins. And it kind of has a nice, like, wholesome take-home message then that war is ultimately futile.
And that feudal optimal could be achieved through great diplomacy. So, is there some asymmetry in terms of which is more powerful, Russia versus Germany versus France and so on?
So I think the general consensus is that France is the strongest power in the game, but the beautiful thing about diplomacy is that it's self-balancing, right? So the fact that France has an inherent advantage from the beginning means that the other players are less likely to work with it.
I saw that Russia has 4 units for something that the others have 3 of something.
That's true, yeah. So Russia starts off with 4 units while all the other players start with 3. But Russia is also in a much more vulnerable position because they have to they have a lot more neighbors as well.
Got it. Larger territory, more more border to defend. Okay. What else is important to know about the rules? So there's how many rounds are there? Like, is this iterative game? Is it finite? Do you just keep going indefinitely?
Usually the game lasts, I would say, about 15 or 20 turns. There's in theory no limit. It could last longer. But at some point, I mean, if you're playing a house game with friends, at some point you just get tired and you all agree, like, okay, we're going to end the game here and call it a draw.
Fuck
If you're
that.
playing online, there's usually like set limits on when the game will actually end.
And what's the end? What's the termination condition? Like, does one country have to conquer everything else?
So if somebody is able to actually gain control of the majority of the map, then they've won the game, and that is a solo victory, as it's called. Now that pretty rarely happens, especially with strong players, because like I said, the game is designed to incentivize the other players to put a stop to that and all work together to stop the superpower. Usually what ends up happening is that all the players agree to a draw, and then the score, the win is divided among the remaining players. There's a lot of different scoring systems. The one that we used in our research basically gives a score relative to how much control you have of the map. So the more that you control, the higher the score.
What's the history of using this game as a benchmark for AI research? Do people use it?
Yeah, so people have been working on AI for diplomacy since about the 80s. There was some really exciting research back then, but the approach that was taken was very different from what we see today. The research in the 80s was a very rule-based approach, kind of a heuristic approach. It was very in line with the kind of research that was being done in the 80s. basically trying to encode human knowledge into the strategy of the AI.
Sure.
And it's understandable. I mean, the game is so incredibly different and so much more complicated than the kinds of games that people were working on, like chess and Go and poker. That it was honestly even hard to like start making any progress with.
Can you just formulate what is the problem from an AI perspective, and why is it hard? Why is it a challenging game to solve?
So there's a lot of aspects of diplomacy that make it a huge challenge. First of all, you have the natural language components, and I think this really is what makes it arguably the most difficult game among the major benchmarks. The fact that you have to, it's not about moving pieces on the board. Your action space is basically all the different sentences that you could communicate to somebody else in this game. And
Can we just like link on that? So is part of it like the ambiguity in the language? If it was like very strict, if you narrow the set of possible sentences you could do, would that simplify the game significantly?
the real difficulty is the breadth of things that you can talk about. You could have natural language in other games, and like Settlers of Catan, for example, like you could have a natural language Settlers of Catan AI. But the things that you're going to talk about are basically like, am I trading you 2 sheep for wood or 3 sheep for wood? Whereas in a game like Diplomacy, the breadth of conversations that you're going to have are like, am I going to support you? Are you going to support me in return? Which units are going to do what? What did this other person promise you? They're lying because they told this other person that they're going to do this instead. If you help me out this turn, then in the future I'll do these things that will help you out. The depth and breadth of these conversations is really complicated, and it's all being done in natural language. Now you could approach it, and we actually consider doing this, like having a simplified language to make this complexity smaller. But ultimately, we thought the most impactful way of doing this research would be to address the natural language component head on, and just try to go for the full game up front.
Just looking at sample games and what the conversations look like. Greetings, England. This should prove to be a fun game since all of the private press is going to be made public at the end. At the least, it will be interesting to see if the press changes because of that. Anyway, good. Okay. So there's like...
Yeah, that's just kind of like the generic greetings at the beginning of the game. I think that the meat comes a little bit later when you're starting to talk about like specific strategy and stuff.
I agree there are a lot of advantages to the two of us keeping in touch, and our nations make strong natural allies in the middle game. So that kind of stuff. Making friends, making enemies.
Yeah, or like if you look at the next line, so the person's saying like, I've heard bits about a Lepanto and an octopus opening, and basically telling Austria like, hey, just a heads up, I've heard these whispers about what might be going on behind your back.
Yeah. So there's all kinds of complexities in that, in the language of that, right? Like to interpret what the heck that means. It's hard for us humans, but for AI it's even harder. You have to understand like at every level the semantics of that.
Right. I mean, there's the complexity in understanding when somebody is saying this to me. What does that mean? And then there's also the complexity of like, should I be telling this person? It's like I've overheard these whispers. Should I be telling this person that like, hey, you might be getting attacked by this other power?
Okay, so
Jay Bruner.
how we're supposed to think about? Okay, so that's the natural language. How do you even begin trying to solve this game? It seems like the.
Yo, Doug, did I get fucking banned?
Yeah, and I mean, there's the natural language aspect, and then even besides the natural language aspect, you also have the cooperative element of the game. And I think this is actually something that I find really interesting. If you look at all of the previous game AI breakthroughs, they've all happened in these purely adversarial games where you don't actually need to understand how humans play the game. It's all just AI versus AI, right? Like you look at checkers, chess, Go, poker, StarCraft, Dota 2. Like in some of those cases, they leveraged human data, but they never needed to. They were always just trying to have a scalable algorithm that then they could throw a lot of computational resources at, a lot of memory at, and then eventually converge to an approximation of a Nash equilibrium. This perfect strategy that in the 2-player zero-sum game guarantees that they're going to be able to not lose to any opponent.
So you can't leverage self-play.
you can leverage self-play, but it's no longer sufficient to be humans.
So how do you integrate the human to move with it?
So what you have to do is incorporate human data. And to kind of give you some intuition for why this is
Look at
important,
this
so
move.
imagine you're playing a negotiation.
Look at
with
this
like
move.
diplomacy,
Ah.
but you're training completely from scratch without any human data.
Hey, look who
the
it is.
AI is not going to suddenly like figure out how to communicate in English.
How are you? Hello. I hope you are well.
English. It's going to figure out some weird robot language that only it will understand. And then when you stick that in a game with 6 other humans, they're going to think this person's talking gibberish, and they're just going to ally with each other and team up against the bot. Or not even team up against the bot, just not work with the bot. And so in order to be able to play this game with humans, it has to understand the human way of playing the game, not this machine way of playing.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So, right. That's a nuanced thing to understand because a chess playing program doesn't need to play like a human to be a human.
Exactly.
But here you have to play like
Hi,
a human in
how are
order
you?
to beat them.
Hello, how are
You
you?
have to understand how humans play the game so that you can understand how to play the game. If they
Yeah,
have
you're
certain
okay.
expectations,
Yeah, thankfully. I'm well.
Me better. Me.
Excellent.
Thank you too.
Okay, how'd you sleep?
We have positive energy.
Positive energy, that's right.
I sleep well.
Okay, great. Well, wonderful. I'm just chilling. Hey, look at you. Hello.
I started smoking yesterday, and I think that's to last my nicotine in a side.
Okay. Good on you. Stay strong.
Yes, but I am. Yeah, it's wrong.
It's
I know that because
no.
when I am
It's hard.
smoking,
It's hard.
I lost smoking
Cool.
last time for nice. Yeah,
I understand. How did you sleep?
today will be working. I don't hear you because you have.
I can hear me.
Oh,
I
now
can
I
hear.
hear you.
Okay. How did you sleep?
Well, I can work today
You cannot work today, or you can work?
because I sleep. I can.
Okay, good. Excellent. You seem like you're in a really good mood. Good on you. Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you slept well. And if you need anything, just let me know, okay?
If you need anything, just let me know too. Okay.
Sounds good. I do need to know something.
What do you need?
Is your name Roxanne?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful name. That's all I wanted to know. Hi, Roxanne.
Thank you.
what does it
You're
mean
welcome.
to be a good
Thank
ally?
you.
What does it mean to have
You
like
have
a
very
relationship
very
working
nice
together?
name
You
too.
have to abide by those
I know.
conventions.
Okay, wonderful.
I checked the meaning. Your name is.
Do you think of this
Okay,
as
thank you.
a clean, in some deep sense, the spirit of the Turing test is formulated by Alan Turing? Is it, in some sense, this is what the Turing test actually looks like? So, because the open-ended natural language conversation seems like very difficult to evaluate. Like here at a high stakes where humans are trying to win a game, that seems like how you actually perform the Turing test.
I think it's different from the Turing test. Like the way that the Turing test is formulated, it's about trying to distinguish a human from a machine. and seeing, oh, could the machine successfully pass as a human in this adversarial setting where the player is trying to figure out whether it's a machine or a human. Whereas in diplomacy, it's not about trying to figure out whether this player is a human or a machine. It's ultimately about whether I can work with this player, regardless of whether they are a human or a machine. And can the machine do that better than a human can?
Yeah, I'm gonna to think about that, but that just feels like the implied requirement for that is for the machine to be human-like.
I think that's true. That if you're going to play in this human game, you have to somehow adapt to the human surroundings and the human play style.
And to win, you have to adapt. So you can't, if you're the outsider, if you're not human-like, I feel like that's a losing strategy.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. What are the complexities here? What was your approach to it?
Before I get to that, one thing I should explain, like why we decided to work on diplomacy. So basically, what happened is in 2019, I was wrapping up the work on six-player poker on Pluribus, and was trying to think about what to work on next. And I have been seeing like all these other breakthroughs happening in AI. I mean, like 2019, you have StarCraft, you have AlphaStar beating
Yes, ma'am.
StarCraft. You got
Oh, okay.
Dota
You
2
do you,
stuff
girl.
happening at OpenAI. You have GPT-2 or GPT-3 coming. I think it was GPT-2 at the time, and it became clear that AI was progressing really, really rapidly. And people were throwing out these like other games about what should be the next challenge for multi-agent AI, and I just felt like we had to aim bigger. If you look at a game like chess or a game like Go, they took decades for researchers to ultimately reach superhuman performance at. I mean, like chess took 40 years of AI research. Go took another 20 years. And we thought that diplomacy would be this incredibly difficult challenge that could easily take a decade to make an AI that could play competently. But we felt like that was a goal we're aiming for. And so honestly, I was kind of reluctant to work on it at first because I thought it was like too far out of the realm of possibility. But I was talking to a coworker of mine, Adam Muir, and he was basically saying like, yeah, why not aim for it? We'll learn some interesting things along the way, and maybe it'll be possible. And so we decided to go for it, and I think it was the right choice considering just how much progress there was in AI. That progress has continued in the years since.
So winning in diplomacy, what does that really look like? It means talking to six other players, six other entities, agents, and convincing them of stuff that you want them to be convinced of. And what exactly? I'm trying to get to deeply understand what the problem is.
Ultimately, the problem is simple to quantify, right? Like you're going to play this game with humans, and you want your score on average to be as high as possible. If you can say like I am winning more than any human alive, then you're a champion diplomacy player. Now, ultimately, we didn't reach that. We got the human level performance. We played about 40 games with real humans online. The bot came in second out of all players that played 5 or more games, and so not like number one, but way higher than.
What was the expertise level? Are they beginners? Are they intermediate players? Advanced players?
So
Do you have a sense?
that's a great question. So I think this kind of goes into how do you measure the performance in diplomacy, and I would argue that when you're measuring performance in a game like this, you don't actually want to measure it in games with all expert players. It's kind of like if you're developing a self-driving car, you don't want to measure that car on the road with a bunch of expert stunt drivers. You want to put it on a road of like an actual American city and see, is this car crashing less often than an expert driver? So that's the metric that we've used. We're saying like we're going to stick this bot in games with a wide variety of skill levels, and then are we doing better than a strong or expert human player would in the same situation?
That's quite brilliant because I played a lot of sports in my life, like tennis, judo, whatever, and it's somehow almost easier to go against experts almost always. I think they're more predictable in the quality of play. The space of strategies you're operating under is narrower against experts. It's more fun. It's really frustrating to go against beginners. Also, because beginners talk trash to you when they somehow do beat you. So that's a human thing that they doesn't have to be worried about that. But yeah, the variance in strategies is greater, especially with natural language. It's just all over the place then. Sure.
Yeah, and honestly, when you look at what makes a good human diplomacy player,
Remember earlier I was talking about having to take that
where
shit
they really shine is when they're playing with these weak
go
players,
time.
and they know how to take advantage.
I might even need a
of the
go
fact that
bag.
they're a weak player,
Like
they
when
won't be
you
able to like pull off
have
a
a
stab as well.
pregnant
or
person
that,
in the house and they need
they
to
have
get to
certain
the
tendencies and they can take them under their wing and persuade them to do things
hospital,
that might not even
grab
be
your
in
go
their
bag.
interest.
What's in a go bag, Rabbi?
But
I
really
don't
good
know.
diplomacy
Diapers,
players
I
are
guess.
to take
Psych?
advantage of the
Like an
fact that
iPod
that there are
and
some
like
players.
Okay, so if you have to
I
incorporate
don't know.
human play data,
iPod.
how do you do that? How
I
do you do
mean,
that?
probably like a. What would you have in yours?
AI system?
Well, I would have.
Yeah, so that's
I don't think you
that's
need
really the big
condoms.
question. How do we
I'm sure I would. Let's see
leverage
here.
the benefits of self-play that have been so
I would
successful
bring
in
well,
all
like
of the
phone
other previous
chargers. I would want to live stream it,
keeping
but if
the strategy
that's not
as
phone
quick as possible.
chargers, phone
And so what we
cords,
did is we
like
first
power
trained
banks,
a language model, and then we
extra
made that
change of
language model
clothes,
control
pillows,
on a set of intents.
maybe like
We
slippers or
want
shoes or
basically like
something.
an action that we want to
Anything
play
else?
and an action that we would like to
I don't know. A plunger? Who the fuck knows? I had to take a shit, kids.
generate dialogue that's not just trying to imitate the human style, whatever a human would say in the situation, but to actually give it an intent, a purpose in its communication. We can talk about a specific move, or we can make a specific request, and the determination of what that move is that we're discussing comes from a strategic reasoning model that uses reinforcement planning.
So the computing the intent for all the players.
Maybe like a.
How's that?
Well, it's definitely
Just
like a mineral oil.
I
can feel it. I can feel it. Is that going? We're gonna say it's a. What's it?
It's a combination of
Yeah,
reinforcement learning
maybe
and
raw
planning.
sienna.
Actually, very similar
we
to
got
how
a raw
how we
sienna.
approached poker and how
Double
people
A.
approached like chess
One.
and Go as well. We're using self-play
Maybe
and search to try to figure out what is an optimal move for us and what is a desirable move that we would like this other player to play. Now, the difference between the way that we approached reinforcement learning and search in this game versus those previous games is that we have to keep it human compatible. We have to understand how the other person is likely to play rather than just assuming that they're going to play like a machine.
And how language gets them to play in a way that maximizes the chance of following the intent you want them to follow. Okay, how do you do that? How do you connect language to intent?
So the way that RL and planning is done is actually not using language. So we're coming up with this like plan for the action that we're going to play and the other person's going to play, and then we feed that action into the dialogue model that will then send a message according to those plans.
So the language model there is mapping action to message, one word at a time.
Basically one message at a time. So we'll feed into the dialogue model like here are the actions that you should be discussing. Here's the message. Here's like the content of the message that we would like you to send, and then it will actually generate a message that corresponds to that.
Okay, does this actually work?
It works surprisingly well.
Okay, how? Oh man, the number of ways it probably goes horribly. I would have imagined it goes horribly wrong. So how the heck is it effective at all?
I mean, there are a lot of ways that this could fail. So, for example, I mean, you could have a situation where you're basically like, we don't tell the language model like, here are the pieces of our action or the other person's action that you should be communicating. And so, like, let's say you're about to attack somebody, you probably don't want to tell them that you're going to attack them, but there's nothing in the language, like the language model is not very smart at the end of the day. So it doesn't really have a way of knowing, like, well, what should I be talking about? Should I tell this person I'm about to attack them or not? So we have to like develop a lot of other techniques that deal with that. Like one of the things we do, for example, is we try to calculate if I'm going to send this message, what would I expect the other person to do in response? So if it's a message like, hey, I'm going to attack you this turn, they're probably going to, attack us or defend against that attack. And so we have a way of recognizing like, hey, sending this message is a negative expected value action, and we should not send this message.
So you have for particular kinds of messages, you have like an extra function that does the estimates the value of that message.
So we have these kinds of filters
Right.
that like
So it's a filter. So there's a good, and is that filter on your network or is it rule based?
that's a neural network. So it's a combination. It's a neural network, but it's also using planning. It's trying to compute like what is the policy that the other players are going to play, given that this message has been sent, and then is that better than not sending a message?
I feel like that's how my brain works too. Like there's a language model that generates random crap, and then there's these other neural nets that are essentially filters. At least that's when I tweet. I'll usually my process of tweeting, I'll think of something, and it's hilarious to me, and then about 5 seconds later, the filter network comes in and says, no, it's not funny at all. I mean, there's something interesting to that kind of process. So you have a set of actions that you want, you have an intent that you want to achieve, an intent that you want your opponent to achieve, then you generate messages, and then you evaluate if those messages will achieve the goal you want.
Yeah, we're filtering for several things. We're filtering like, is this a sensible message? So sometimes language models will generate messages that are just like totally nonsense, and we try to filter those out. We also try to filter out messages that are basically lies. So diplomacy has this reputation as a game that's really about deception and lying, but we try to actually minimize the amount of lie. This was actually mostly a.
Or are you? No, I'm just kidding, Eric.
I mean, like part of the reason for this is that we actually found that lying would make the bot perform worse in the long run. It would end up with a lower score because once the bot lies, people would never trust it again. And trust is a huge aspect of the game of diplomacy.
Taking notes here because I think this applies to life lessons too.
Oh, I think it's really strong.
So like lying is a dangerous thing to do. Like you want to avoid obvious lying.
Yeah, I mean, I think when people play diplomacy for the first time, they approach it as a game of deception and lying, and they ultimately, if you talk to top diplomacy players, what they'll tell you is that diplomacy is a game about trust and being able to build trust in an environment that encourages people to not trust anyone. So that's the ultimate tension in diplomacy. How can this AI reason about whether you are being honest in your communication, and how can the AI persuade you that it is being honest when it is telling you that, hey, I'm actually going to support you this time?
Is there some sense, I don't know if you step back and think, that this process will indirectly help us study human psychology? So like if trust is the ultimate goal, wouldn't that help us understand what are the fundamental aspects of forming trust between humans and between humans and AI? I mean, that's a really, really important question that's much bigger than strategy games. It's that's fundamental to the human-robot interaction problem. How do we form trust between intelligent entities?
So one of the things I'm really excited about with diplomacy, there's never really been a good domain to investigate these kinds of questions. And diplomacy gives us a domain where trust is really at the center of it. And it's not just like you've hired a bunch of mechanical Turkers that are being paid and trying to get through the task as quickly as possible. You have these people that are really invested in the outcome of the game, and they're really trying to do the best that they can. And so I'm really excited that we're able to. We actually have put together this. We're open sourcing all of our models. We're open sourcing all of the code, and we're making the data that we've used available to researchers so that they can investigate these kinds of questions.
So the data of the human and the AI play of diplomacy and the models that you use for the generation of the messages and the filtering.
Yeah, not just even the data of the AI playing with the humans, but all the training data that we used to train the AI to understand how humans play the game. We're setting up a system where researchers will be able to apply to be able to gain access to that data and be able to use it in their own research.
We should say, what is the name of the system?
We're calling the bot Cicero.
Cicero. And what's the name, you're open sourcing, what's the name of the repository and the project? Is it also just called Cicero, the big project? Or are you still coming up with a name?
the data set comes from this website, webdiplomacy.net, is the site that's been online for like 20 years now, and it's one of the main sites that people use to play diplomacy on it. We've got like 50,000 games of diplomacy with natural language communication, over 10 million messages. So it's a pretty massive data set that people can use to. We're hoping that the academic community and the research community is able to use it for all sorts of interesting research questions.
So, to you, from having studied this game, is it a sufficiently rich problem space to explore this kind of human AI interaction?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's maybe the best data set that I can think of out there to investigate these kinds of questions of negotiation, trust, persuasion. I wouldn't say it's the best data set in the world for human AI interaction. That's a very broad field, but I think that it's definitely up there. It's like, if you're really interested in language models interacting with humans in, a setting where their incentives are not fully aligned, this seems like an ideal data set for investigating that.
So, you have a paper with some impressive results and just an impressive paper that's taking this problem on. What's the most exciting thing to you in terms of the results from the paper?
Well, I think there's
ideas or results.
Yeah, I think there's a few aspects of the results and that I think are really exciting. So first of all, the fact that we were able to achieve such strong performance, I was surprised by and pleasantly surprised by. So we played 40 games of diplomacy with real humans, and the bot placed second out of all players that have played 5 or more games. So it's about 80 players total, 19 of whom played 5 or more games, and the bot was ranked second out of those players. And the bot was really good in 2 dimensions. One, being able to establish strong connections with the other players on the board, being able to persuade them to work with it, being able to coordinate with them about how it's going to work with them, and then also the raw tactical and strategic aspect of the game. Being able to understand what the other players are likely to do, being able to model their behavior and respond appropriately to that. The bot also really excelled at.
What are some interesting things that the bot said? By the way, are you allowed to swear in the? Are there rules to what you're allowed to say and not in diplomacy?
You can say whatever you want. I think the site will get very angry at you if you start threatening somebody. And we actually,
or if you threaten somebody, you're supposed to do it politely.
Yeah, politely. Keep it in character. The bot. We actually had a researcher watching the bot 24/7. Whenever we play a game, we had a bot watching it to make sure that it wouldn't go off the rails and start threatening somebody or something like that.
I would just love it if the bot started mocking everybody. Some weird, quirky strategies would emerge. Now, have you seen anything interesting that you? That's a weird. That's a weird behavior, either of the filter or the language model. That was weird to you.
There were definitely things that the bot would do that were not in line with how humans would approach the game, and that in a good way. The humans actually, we've talked to some expert diplomacy players about these results, and their takeaway is that maybe humans are approaching this the wrong way. This is actually the right way to play the game. So
what's required to win? What does it mean to mess up or to exploit the suboptimal behavior of a player? Is there optimally rational behavior and irrational behavior that you need to estimate, that kind of stuff? What stands out to you? Is there a crack that you can exploit? Is there a weakness that you can exploit in the game that everybody's looking for?
Well, I think you're asking kind of 2 questions there. So one, modeling the irrationality and the suboptimality of humans. In diplomacy, you can't treat all the other players like they're machines. And if you do that, you're going to end up playing really poorly. And so we actually ran this experiment. So we trained a bot in a 2-player zero-sum version of diplomacy, the same way that you might approach a game like chess or poker. And the bot was superhuman. It would crush any competitor. And then we took that same training approach and we trained a bot for the full 7-player version of the game through self-play without any human data. And we stuck it in a game with 6 humans, and it got destroyed. Even in the version of the game where there's no explicit natural language communication, it still got destroyed because it just wouldn't be able to understand how the other players were approaching the game and be able to
Can you just like on that meaning like there's an individual personality to each player and you're supposed to remember that? But what do you mean it's not able to understand the players?
Well, it would, for example, expect the human to support it in a certain way, when the human would simply like think like, no, I'm not supposed to support you here. It's kind of like, if you develop a self-driving car and it's trained completely from scratch with other self-driving cars, it might learn to drive on the left side of the road. That's a totally reasonable thing to do if you're with these other self-driving cars that are also driving on the left side of the road. But if you put it in an American city, it's going to crash.
But I guess the intuition I'm trying to build up is why does it then crush a human player heads up versus multiple?
This is an aspect of two-player zero-sum versus games that involve cooperation. So in a two-player zero-sum game, you can do self-play from scratch, and you will arrive at the Nash equilibrium where you don't have to worry about the other player playing in a very human suboptimal style. That's just going to be the only way that deviating from a Nash equilibrium would change things is if it helped you.
So, what's the dynamic of cooperation that's effective in diplomacy? Do you always have to have one friend in the game?
What happened?
You always want to maximize your friends and minimize your enemies.
Got it. And boy, and the line comes into play there. So the more friends you have, the better.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to
Started
attack
off
somebody
with
or
a
else you're
queen.
not going to make progress.
Right, so that's
It's an interesting topic. I don't know how it normally happens, but it started off with a queef allegedly, perhaps, maybe the Jewish, perhaps.
geopolitics of action.
Then it went into like
military
solid
conflict
dump.
in the world.
It
Okay.
was like a
That's
I don't
interesting.
know.
So that cooperation element is what makes the game really hard.
6.
And to give you an
Very
an
quickly
example
moved into
of
a
how
1.
this suboptimality and
So we had the
irrationality
queef,
comes into play,
allegedly. Push,
there's
perhaps.
a really common situation in a game of diplomacy where
the
one
brown.
player starts to win and they're like
Like
at the point where they're controlling about half the
Like 7.
and the remaining
7.
players who have all been fighting
Then
each
a
other the
1.
game
Diarrhea
all
the
have to
whole way.
like work together now to stop this other player from winning.
Oh,
Everybody's
calm down,
loses.
woman.
And it's kind of like Game of Thrones, like every time you see the show, like we got the others coming from the north, and like all the people have to start work out the differences and stop them from taking over.
That was amazing.
And the bot will do this. Like the bot will work with the other players to stop the superpower from winning. But if it's trained from scratch, or it doesn't really have a good grounding in how humans approach it, it will also at the same time attack the other players with its extra units. So all the units that are not necessary to stop the superpower from winning, it will use those to grab as many centers as possible from the other players. And in totally rational play, the other players should just live with that. They have to understand, like, hey, a score of 1 is better than a score of 0. So, okay, you grab my centers, but I'll just deal with it. But humans don't act that way, right? The human gets really angry at the bot and ends up throwing the game because, I'm going to screw you over because you did something that's not fair to me.
Got it. And are you supposed to model that? Is the bot supposed to model that kind of human frustration?
Yeah, exactly. And so that is something that seems almost impossible to model purely from scratch without any human data. It's a very cultural thing. And so you need human data to be able to understand that, hey, that's how humans behave. And you have to work around that. It might be suboptimal, it might be irrational, but that's an aspect of humanity that you have to deal with.
So how difficult is it to train on human data given that human data is very limited versus like a purely self-play mechanism generated?
That's actually one of the major challenges that we faced in the research, that we had a good amount of human data, about 50,000 games. What we try to do is leverage as much self-play as possible while still leveraging the human data. So what we do is we do self-play, very similar to how it can go in culture and Go, but we try to regularize the self-play towards the human data. Basically, the way to think about it is we penalize the bot for choosing actions that are very unlikely under the human data set. And
how do you know? Is there some kind of function that says this is human-like enough?
Yeah, so we train a bot through supervised learning to model the human play as much as possible. So we basically train a neural net on those 50,000 games, and that gives us a policy that resembles to some extent how humans actually play the game. Now, this isn't a perfect model of human play because we don't have unlimited data. We don't have unlimited neural net capacity, but it gives us some approximation.
Is there some data on the internet that's useful besides just diplomacy? So on the language side of things, is there some? Can you go to like Reddit? And, so sort of background model formulation that's useful for the game of diplomacy.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for the language model, which is kind of like a separate question, we didn't use the language model during self-play training, but we pre-trained the language model on tons of internet data as much as possible, and then we fine-tuned it specifically on the diplomacy games. So we are able to leverage the wider data set in order to fill in some of the gaps in how communication happens more broadly, besides just specifically in these diplomacy games.
Okay, cool. So what are some interesting things that came to life from this work to you? Like what are some insights about games where natural language is involved and cooperation, deep cooperation is involved?
Well, I think there's a few insights. So first of all, the fact that you can't rely purely or even largely on self-play, that you really have to have an understanding of how humans approach the game. I think that's one of the major conclusions that I'm drawing from this work, and that is, I think, applicable more broadly to a lot of different games. So we've actually already taken the approaches that we've used in diplomacy and tried them on a cooperative card game called Hanabi, and we've had a lot of success in that game as well.
What the fuck happened to
On the language side, I think the fact that we were able to control the language model through this intense approach was very effective. And it allowed us, instead of just imitating how humans would communicate, we're able to go beyond that and able to feed into its superhuman strategies that it can then
What the fuck was that done?
generate messages corresponding.
Is there something to say about detecting whether a person or AI is lying?
The bot doesn't explicitly try to calculate whether somebody is lying or not. But what it will do is
What
try to
in
predict
the fuck?
what actions they're going to take,
Yeah.
given the communication, given the message.
Shut the fuck up, Doug.
So given our conversation, what do I think you're going to do? And implicitly, there is a calculation about whether you're lying to me in that. If you're, based on your messages, if I think you're going to attack me this turn, even though your messages say that you're not, then, essentially the bot is predicting that you're lying. But it doesn't view it as lying the same way that we would view it as lying.
But you could probably reformulate with all the same data and make a classifier lying or not.
Yeah, I think you could do that. That was not something that we were focused on, but I think that it is possible that, if you came up with some measurements of what does it mean to tell a lie, because there's a spectrum, right? Like if you're withholding some information, is that a lie? If you're mostly telling the truth, but you forgot to mention this one action out of 10, is that a lie? It's hard to draw the line, but if you're willing to do that, and then you could possibly use it to.
This feels like an argument in a relationship now. What constitutes a lie? Depends what you mean by the definition of the word is. Okay. Still, it's fascinating because trust and lying is all intermixed into this, and it's language models that are becoming more and more sophisticated. It's just a fascinating space to explore. What do you see as the future of this work that is inspired by the breakthrough performance that you're getting here with the
I think there's a few different directions to take this work. I think really what it's showing us is the potential that language models have. I mean, I think a lot of people didn't think that this kind of result was possible even today, despite all the progress that's been made in language models. And so it shows us how we can leverage the power of things like self-play on top of language models to get increasingly better performance. And the ceiling is really much higher than what we have right now.
Is this transferable somehow to chatbots
Somewhere in Africa.
for the more general task of dialogue?
Touch.
Because there is a kind of negotiation here, a dance between entities that are trying to cooperate and at the same time a little bit adversarial, which I think maps somewhat to the general the entire process of
Oh, this is awful.
or like internet communication. You're cooperating, you're
No, you're
adversarial, you're having
working.
debates, you're having camaraderie, all that kind of stuff.
I think one of the things that's really useful about diplomacy is that we have a well-defined value function. There is a well-defined score that the bot is trying to optimize, and in a setting like a general chatbot setting, it would need that kind of objective in order to fully leverage the techniques that we develop.
What about like what we talked about earlier with NPCs inside video games? Like how can it be used to create for Elder Scrolls 6 more compelling NPCs that you could talk to instead of committing all kinds of violence with a sword and fighting dragons, just sit in a tavern and drink all day and talk to the chatbot.
The way that we've approached AI in diplomacy is you condition the language on an intent. Now, that intent in diplomacy is an action, but it doesn't have to be. And you can imagine, you could have NPCs in video games or the metaverse or whatever, where there's some intent or there's some objective that they're trying to maximize, and you can specify what that is. And then the language can correspond to that intent. Now, I'm not saying that this is happening imminently, but I'm saying that this is like a future application potentially of this direction of research.
So, what's the more general formulation of this? Making self-play be able to scale the way self-play does and still maintain human-like behavior.
The way that we approach self-play in diplomacy is like we're trying to come up with good intents to condition the language model on. And the space of intents is actions that can be played in the game. Now, there is like the potential to have a broader set of intents. Things like, long-term cooperation or long-term objectives or, gossip about what another player was saying. These are things that we're currently not conditioning the language model on, and so we're not able to control it to say like, oh, you should be talking about this thing right now. But it's quite possible that you could expand the scope of intents to be able to allow it to talk about those things. Now, in the process of doing that, the self-play would become much more complicated. And so that is a potential for future work.
Okay, the increasing the number of intents. I still am not quite clear how you keep the self-play integrated into the human world.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit loose on the on understanding how you do that.
So we train a neural net to imitate the human data as closely as possible, and that's what we call the anchor policy. And now when we're doing self-play, the problem with the anchor policy is that it's not a perfect approximation of how humans actually play. Because we don't have infinite data, because we don't have unlimited neural network capacity, it's actually a relatively suboptimal approximation of how humans actually play. And we can improve that approximation by adding planning and RL. And so what we do is we get a better approximation, a better model of human play by, during the self-play process, we say you can deviate from this human anchor policy if there is an action that has, particularly high expected value. But it would have to be a really high expected value in order to deviate from this human policy. So you basically say, try to maximize your expected value while at the same time stay as close as possible to the human policy. And there is a parameter that controls the relative weighting of those competing objectives.
So the question I have is how sophisticated can the anchor policy get? So I have a policy that approximates human behavior, right?
Yeah.
So as you increase the number of intents, as you generalize the space in which this is applicable, and given that the human data is limited, trying to anticipate a policy that works for a much larger number of cases, like how difficult is the process of forming a damn good anchor policy?
Well, it really comes down to how much human data you have.
So it's all about scaling the human data.
I think the more human data you have, the better, and I think that that's going to be the major bottleneck in scaling to more complicated domains. But that said, there might be the potential, just like in the language model where we leveraged, tons of data on the internet and then specialized it for diplomacy. There is the future potential that you can leverage huge amounts of data across the board and then specialize it in the data set that you have for diplomacy. And that way, you're essentially augmenting the amount of data that you have.
To what degree does this apply to the real world diplomacy, geopolitics? There's game theory has a history of being applied to understand and to give us hope about nuclear weapons, for example. The mutually assured destruction is a game theoretic concept that you can formulate. Some people say it's oversimplified, but nevertheless, here we are, and we somehow haven't blown ourselves up. Do you see a future where this kind of system can be used to help us make decisions, geopolitical decisions in the world?
Well, like I said, the original motivation for the game of diplomacy was the failures of World War One, the diplomatic failures that led to war. And the real take-home message of diplomacy is that, if people approach diplomacy the right way, then war is ultimately unsuccessful. The way that I see it, war is an inherently negative sum game, right? There's always a better outcome than war for all the parties involved. And my hope is that, as AI progresses, then maybe this technology could be used to help people make better decisions across the board, and hopefully avoid negative sum outcomes like war.
Yeah, I just came back from Ukraine. I'm going back there. On deep personal levels, think a lot about how peace can be achieved, and I'm a big believer in conversation. Leaders getting together and having conversations and trying to understand each other. Yeah, it's fascinating to think whether each one of those leaders could run a simulation ahead of time. Like, if I'm an asshole, what are the possible consequences? If I'm nice, what are the possible consequences? My guess is that if the President of the United States got together with Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, that there will be significant benefits to the President of the United States not having the ego of kind of playing down, of giving away a lot of chips for the future success of the world. So giving a lot of power to the two presidents of the competing nations to achieve peace. That's my guess. But it'd be nice to run a bunch of simulations. But then you have to have team data, right? Because it's like the game of diplomacy is fundamentally different than geopolitics. You need data. You need, I guess that's the question I have. Like, how transferable is this to, I don't know, any kind of negotiation, right? Like, to any kind of local, I don't know, a bunch of lawyers, arguing, at a divorce, divorce lawyers. Like, how transferable is all kinds of human negotiation?
Well, I feel like this isn't a question that's unique to diplomacy. I mean, I think you look at RL breakthroughs, reinforcement learning breakthroughs in previous games as well, like AI for StarCraft, AI for Atari. You haven't really seen it deployed in the real world because you have these problems of it's really hard to collect a lot of data, and you don't have a well-defined action space. You don't have a well-defined reward function. These are all things that you really need for reinforcement learning and planning to be really successful today. Now, there are some domains where you do have that. Code generation is one example. Theorem proving mathematics, that's another example where you have a well-defined action space, you have a well-defined reward function. And those are the kinds of domains where I can see RL in the short term being incredibly powerful. But yeah, I think that those are the barriers to deploying this at scale in the real world, but the hope is that in the long run we'll be able to get there.
Yeah, but see, diplomacy feels like closer to the real world than does StarCraft. Because it's natural language. Right? You're operating in the space of intent and in the space of natural language. That feels very close to the real world. And it also feels like you could get data on that from the internet.
Yeah, and that's why I do think that diplomacy is taking a big step closer to the real world than anything that's came before in terms of game AI breakthroughs. The fact that we're communicating in natural language, we're leveraging the fact that we have this general data set of dialogue and communication from a breadth of the internet. That is a big step in that direction. We're not 100% there, but we're getting closer.
So if we actually return back to poker and chess, are some of the ideas that you're learning here with diplomacy we should construct AI systems that play like humans, like make for a fun opponent in a game of chess.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already started looking into this direction a bit. So we tried to use the techniques that we've developed for diplomacy to make chess and Go AIs. And what we found is that it led to much more human-like, strong chess and Go players. The way that AIs like Stockfish today play is in a very inhuman style. It's very strong, but it's very different from how humans play. And so we can take the techniques that we've developed for diplomacy, we do something similar in chess and Go, and we end up with a bot that's both strong and human-like. To elaborate on this a bit, like one way to approach making a human-like AI for chess is to collect a bunch of human games, like a bunch of human grandmaster games, and just do supervised learning on those games. But the problem is that if you do that, what you end up with is an AI that's substantially weaker than the human grandmasters that you trained on, because the neural net is not able to approximate the nuance of the strategy. This goes back to the planning thing that I mentioned, the search thing that I talked about before, that these human grandmasters, when they're playing, they're using search and they're using planning, and the neural net alone, unless you have a massive neural net that's like 1,000 times bigger than what we have right now, it's not able to approximate those details very effectively. And on the other hand, you can leverage search and planning very heavily, but then what you end up with is an AI that plays in a very different style from how humans play the game. Now, if you strike this intermediate balance by setting the regularization parameters correctly, say you can do planning but try to keep it close to the human policy, then you end up with an AI that plays in both a very human-like style and a very strong style. And you can actually even tune it to have a certain elo. So you can say play in the style of like a 2800 elo human.
Yeah, I wonder if you could do specific type of humans or categories of humans.
So
not just skill but style.
Yeah, I think so. And so this is where the research gets interesting. Like, one of the things that I was thinking about is, and this is actually already being done. I think there's a researcher at the University of Toronto that's working on this. Is to make an AI that plays in the style of a particular player. Like Magnus Carlsen, for example, you can make an AI that plays like Magnus Carlsen. And then where I think this gets interesting is like maybe you're up against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship or something. You can play against this Magnus Carlsen bot to prepare against the real Magnus Carlsen. And you can try to explore strategies that he might struggle with and try to figure out like how do you beat this player in particular. On the other hand, you can also have Magnus Carlsen working with this bot to try to figure out where he's weak and where he needs to improve his strategy. And so I can envision this future where data on specific chess and Go players becomes extremely valuable because you can use that data to create specific models of how these particular players play.
So increasing the human-like behavior in bots, however, as you've mentioned, makes cheat detection much harder.
It does, yeah. The way that cheat detection works in a game like poker and a game like chess and Go, from what I understand, is trying to see like, is this person making moves that are very common among chess AIs or AIs in general, but very uncommon among top human players. And if you have the development of these AIs that play in a very strong style, but also a very human-like style, then that poses serious challenges for cheat detection.
And it makes you now ask yourself hard questions about what is the role of AI systems as they become more and more integrated in our society. And this kind of human AI integration has some deep ethical issues that we should be aware of. And also, it's a kind of cybersecurity challenge, right? To make, one of the assumptions we have when we play games is that there's a trust that it's only humans involved. And the better AI systems we create, which makes it super exciting, human-like AI systems with different styles of humans is really exciting, but then we have to have the defenses better and better and better if we're to trust that we can enjoy human versus human game in a deeply fair way. It's fascinating. It's just it's humbling.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of like negative potential for this kind of technology, but At the same time, there's a lot of upside for it as well. So, for example, right now it's really hard to learn how to get better in games like chess and poker and Go because the way that the AI plays is so boring and incomprehensible. But if you have these AIs that are playing, you can say like, oh, I'm a 2000 elo human. How do I get to 2200? Now you can have an AI that plays in the style of a 2200 elo human, and that will help you get better. Or, you mentioned this problem of like, how do you know that you're actually playing with humans when you're playing like online video games? Well, now we have the potential of populating these like virtual worlds with agents, like AI agents that are actually fun to play with, and you don't have to always be playing with other
Let me
humans
in on
to,
that.
have a fun time.
Don't kick me out.
So yeah, a lot of upside potential too, and I think with any sort of tool, there's the potential for a lot of greatness and a lot of downside as well.
So in the paper that I got a chance to look at, there's a section on ethical considerations. What's in that section? What are some ethical considerations here? Is it some of the stuff we already talked about?
There's some things that we've already talked about. I think specific to diplomacy, there's also the challenge that the game is, there is a deception aspect to the game, and so developing language models that are capable of deception is, I think, a dicey issue, and something
Another world.
makes research
Zero
on diplomacy
people
particularly
checking out.
challenging.
Yo, where's my band?
And so those kinds of issues of like, should we even be developing AIs that are capable of lying to people? That's something that we have to, think carefully about.
That's so cool. I mean, you have to do that kind of stuff in order to figure out where the ethical lines are. But I can see in the future it being illegal to have a consumer product that lies.
Yeah.
Like your personal assistant, AI assistant, is always have to tell the truth. But if I ask it, did I get fatter over the past month? I sure as hell want that AI assistant to lie to me. So there's a trade-off between lying and being nice. We have to somehow find where's the ethics in that, and we're back to the discussions inside relationships. Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, yeah, I was saying like, that's kind of going to the question of like, what is a lie? Is it a white lie, a bad lie, is it a natural lie? Those kinds of questions.
Neon.
Boy, we return time and time again to deep human questions as we design AI systems, and that's exactly what they do. They put a mirror to humanity to help us understand ourselves.
There's also the issue of like, in these diplomacy experiments, in order to do a fair comparison, what we found is that there's an inherent anti-AI bias in these kinds of games. So we actually played the tournaments in a non-language version of the game, where we told the participants like, hey, every single game there's going to be an AI, and what we found is that the humans would spend basically the entire game like trying to figure out who the bot was, and then as soon as they thought they figured it out, they would all team up to try to kill it. And overcoming that inherent anti-AI bias is a challenge.
On the flip side, I think when robots become the enemy, that's when we get to heal our human divisions, and we can become one. As long as we have one enemy, it's that Reagan thing when the aliens show up. That's when we put aside our divisions and we become one human species.
Right. We might have our differences, but we're at least all human.
At least we all hate the robots. No. I think there will be actually in the future something like a civil rights movement for robots. I think that's the fascinating thing about AI systems, is they force us to ask about ethical questions about what is sentience, how do we feel about systems that are capable of suffering or capable of displaying suffering, and how do we design products that show emotion and not? How do we feel about that? Lying is another topic. Are we going to allow bots to lie and not? And where's the balance between being nice and telling the truth? I mean, these are all fascinating human questions. It's like so exciting to be in a century when we create systems that take these philosophical questions that have been asked for centuries, and now we can engineer them inside systems where you really have to answer that, because you have transformational impact on human society depending on what you design inside those systems. It's fascinating. And like you said, I feel like diplomacy is a step towards the direction of the real world, applying these RL methods towards the real world. From all the breakthrough performances in Go and chess and StarCraft and Dota, this feels like the real world. Especially now my mind's been on war the military conflict, this feels like you can give us some deep insights about human behavior at the large geopolitical scale. What do you think is the breakthrough or the directions of work that will take us towards solving intelligence, towards creating AGI systems? You've been a part of creating, by the way, we should say a part of great teams that do this, of creating systems that achieve breakthrough performances on before thought unsolvable problems like poker, multiplayer poker, diplomacy.
That's your chick.
We're taking steps towards that direction.
That
What do you think it takes
you
to go
chose
all the way to create superhuman level intelligence?
There's a lot of people trying to figure that out right now.
You chose
and
that
I should
bitch
say, like, the amount of
over
progress that's been made, especially in the past few years, is
Marjorie.
phenomenal. I mean, you look at
Dog,
where AI
Marjorie's
was
10,000
10
times
years
better
ago,
looking
and
than
the
this girl.
idea that you could have AI
Sorry, lady.
generate language,
Marjorie
generate images
is
that they're doing today,
fucking
and
so
able
much
to play
hotter
a
than
game
you
like
are.
diplomacy was just
Oh, your
like
roots are a
unthinkable.
fucking mess, girl.
Even
Oh
5
man,
years ago,
your
like
life
10
went
years
to
ago.
shit. Marjorie's gorgeous.
Now, there are aspects of AI that I think are still lacking. I think there's general agreement that one of the major
Somebody
issues with
say
AI today is that it's very
where
data
is
inefficient.
Marjorie?
It requires a huge number of samples of training examples to be able to train. You look at an AI that plays Go, and it needs millions of games of Go to learn how to play the game well. Whereas a human can pick it up in, like, I don't know, how many games does a human Go player, Go grandmaster play in their lifetime? Probably, in the thousands or tens of thousands, I guess. So that's one issue, overcoming this challenge of data efficiency. And this is particularly important if we want to deploy AI systems in real-world settings where they're interacting with humans. Because, for example, with robotics, it's really hard to generate a huge number of samples. It's a different story when you're working in these, totally virtual games where you can play more games.
I was planning on just launching like 1,000 of these robots in Austin.
I hate assholes who say I just spit out my coffee. Dude, shut the fuck up. No one gives a shit.
Data.
That's not a
What's
crazy
the worst
idea.
that could happen?
Yeah. That's one way to overcome the data efficiency problem.
Yeah.
To, like, scale it.
Like I actually tried to
Shit's
see
not that
if there's
funny.
a law against
And if you're not, you don't know how to
robots,
fucking laugh.
Operating
Dumbass.
in the,
They're the
in the
worst.
streets of a major
Assholes,
city.
online
I
kids.
couldn't find any.
I'm telling you,
So,
the thing that fucking, what really
I'll
grinds
go
my
with
gears?
Supreme Court.
Loser douches who
Robot rights.
are like,
Yeah,
fuck you, okay? Fuck you.
So what are the ideas of becoming more data efficient?
That's the $1 trillion question.
Fucking
AI today.
doofus.
If you can figure out how to make AI systems
Just the
more
worst.
data efficient, then that's.
Oh, I think it's really funny.
So nobody It could
Dog,
be just a
shut the
gigantic
fuck
vacuum
up.
model,
That's what I
vacuum
think is
model,
funny. How about you
and then
kiss
you
this
do,
fucking
training
Ashkenazic ass,
from
dog?
prompting
I gotta take a schluck.
to,
Actually, I did.
to
Can I tell you about it? It was like a-
search into the space of things
It started off with like a
to
push,
customize that to whatever
Then
problem
moved
you're trying to solve.
quickly
Maybe
into
if
like
you form a large enough language model,
a 6,
can go quite a long way.
and then
That, I think there's some truth to
immediately
it. You
turned
look at
into
the way
1.
humans
1, 2,
approach,
1, 2, 1, 2.
A game like poker, they're not.
And then it was done,
scratch.
and it was like,
They're
oh
coming
man,
at
I
it
feel
with a
so much
huge
better.
amount of background knowledge about,
And what about vomit?
how humans
You haven't
how
done
the world
vomit.
Works, the idea of money. So
You have enough
they're able to
fucking
leverage that kind of
experience
information
in vomit.
to pick up the game faster. So it's not
What's
really
the
a fair
worst?
comparison to then compare
Corn?
to that's like learning from scratch.
Why?
Maybe one of
Oh,
the ways
it's
that we
just
address
the worst seeing
this sample complexity
corn all
problem
over the fucking
is
place.
by allowing AI to
Why?
leverage
Because
that
it doesn't
general knowledge
digest
across a ton of different domains.
sometimes. Anyway,
so, like I said, you did
disgusting.
a lot of incredible work. in
What's
space
the
research
thickest?
and actually
Yeah,
building
rub it in the
systems.
back.
What advice would
What's
you
the
give
thickest
to,
thing you've ever
so-
vomited, Rabbi?
What advice would you give
I don't
to
know.
beginners interested in machine learning? Just they're at the very
Thickest?
start of their
Like
journey
I've never
in high school
vomited
or
like
college,
steak.
thinking like this seems
All
like
that shit
fascinating.
stays
What-
down. Oh,
what advice
actually,
would you give them?
beef
I would
jerky.
say that
Beef
there are a
jerky.
lot
Because of
people
Zuckerberg, it's
working
not on camera.
similar
But
aspects of machine
yeah,
learning
this one,
and to not be
it's
afraid
on.
to
It's
try
on
something.
this. I ate like 3 bags of
My
beef
own
jerky
path
and fucking
in
vomited
AI
all
is
over
pretty atypical for a machine
the
learning
toilet.
researcher.
I was able to make it there.
I started out
Beef
working
jerky's
on
the
game
worst
theory
vomit you've ever had?
and then shifting more.
I don't know if
towards
it's the worst. It was the thickest.
And that actually had
The
a lot
worst
of benefits, I think, because it
was the
allowed me to
fucking wine
look at these
power
problems
at
in a very
Wine
different
Century
way
Club.
from the way a lot
Really?
of,
Actually, no, I
machine
didn't
learning
vomit that
researchers
time.
view it. And
My roommate
that
vomited, but
comes
I did
with
not.
drawbacks
That was
in
just
some
the worst
respects. I think there's
hangover.
definitely aspects
The
of
worst
machine learning
vomiting I've
where,
ever done.
I'm weaker than most
I was
of
in
the
Las
researchers out there.
Vegas. And
But I
fucking,
think that diversity of
that was
perspective,
bad.
when I'm working with my teammates, there's
I
something that I'm
vomited
bringing
in
to
a
the table,
sink.
something that they're bringing to the table, and that kind of collaboration becomes very
Where
important.
else have you vomited?
So there could be
Not
problems.
a big vomiter. Well,
Like poker, like you chose
oh,
diplomacy,
there's
there could be
I was
problems
eating
like
a
that
bunch of
still out there
cheese,
that you can just
and I
tackle.
fucking vomited outside the 7-Eleven in Tustin all over.
I think
It's
that
on
there's a lot of
camera.
challenges
That one's
on that. I think
definitely
having
on
a
camera.
diversity of viewpoints and
That was
backgrounds is
awful.
really helpful for working together to figure out
And
how to tackle those kinds of challenges.
So
is that the
as a
only
beginner,
only
so
other
that-
kind of
I would
vomiting
say
you've ever done?
That's more for like a grad student, where they already built up a base, like a complete
That was
beginner. It was a
basically,
good journey. So for you, that was doing some more on the math side of things, doing game theory,
yeah.
all that good. So
How about the worst
basically
poopy?
built up a foundation.
Allegedly, it would have been a
something,
fucking
programming, mathematics,
eggnog shit.
even be
She
physics,
went through me like
but
a shit,
build
like
that
shit through
foundation.
a tin cup horn.
Yeah, I would say build a strong
Then a dog
foundation
ate
in
it.
math and computer science and statistics.
I saw it. I was on my way
But don't
back
be afraid
from
to try something that's different. and learn something
Shabbat
that's
dinner.
different from,
and then the next
thing
morning
that everybody else is doing to get
on my way to
information learning.
shul,
There's
my dog had
value
eaten all my
in
poop.
having a different
Well, it was
background
more
than
like,
everybody else.
could have been multiple
so-
dogs, and it was more
But
like,
certainly having a strong math
diarrhea.
background, especially in things like linear algebra
Anyway.
and statistics and probability,
is that the end of your
are
fucking
incredibly
story?
helpful today for learning
Dog,
about
I can't believe I fucking got
understanding
banned
machine
so
learning.
fucking
I
much.
think one day we'll
For
be
no
able to,
reason.
since you're taking steps
Why?
to focus your diplomacy,
I don't
one
know.
day we'll be able
No,
to,
you're advertising. Dog, people
figure
having
out
names
how
as
to play
advertising. Who
volleyball.
gives a shit?
Well, what is it like in poker and diplomacy? You need a value function. You need to have a reward.
I don't
system.
understand it. It's
what
not
does it
even
mean
like
to
the
look
fucking
good?
website has advertising.
So, okay, so then you can exactly
Fucking
lay down a reward
dumb.
function. Being
This
like, I
shit
wanna be
sucks.
rich.
And on
Or
top
I
of that,
want to
I got
be,
this fucking
I want to be in a happy relationship, and then they'll say, well,
ban from Google, you cunt.
There's
Sundar,
a lot
you
of,
douche.
talk today about in AI safety circles about
The
like,
layaway
association
just went
of-
live. Doug, I don't fucking care.
You say
The
like,
layaway
okay,
and Big
my
E are the
objective
only
is to be
fucking
rich.
people I
Maybe
get
the AI tells you, like,
about whom I
okay,
get
well, if you want to
fucking
maximize your
messages.
profit, then you're rich. Go rob a bank.
This is the worst.
And so you want to. Is that really
Who's
what you
this?
want? Is your objective really to be rich at all
La
costs,
Pluca.
or is it more nuanced than that?
so you understand the consequences. Yeah. So, that's
Long
maybe
time.
you like
I
more
wish I
about
could do a
defining
fucking
the
Eastern
reward function
European
that minimizes the unintended
accent.
consequences
Why?
than it is
I like
about the
accents.
actual policy that gets
Can you
to
do a
the
Western
function.
European
Maybe
accent?
life is just about
No.
constantly updating.
I'm
the
European,
reward function.
and I can't do fucking European
I
accents.
think one
Really?
of the challenges in life is
I should be able to
figuring
do
out
a
exactly
really
what
good
that reward
Eastern
function
accent.
is. Sometimes it's pretty hard to specify. The same way
My
that
grandparents didn't speak
trying
the
to
accent.
handcraft the optimal policy in a game like
They were
chess
both
is really
born in the
difficult.
good old U.S. of
It's
A.
not so clear
'Cause
cut
they
what the
kick
reward
ass and take
function is
names.
for life.
I think one day AI will figure it out,
Did they have any accent?
and I wonder what that would be. Until then,
None?
I just really appreciate the kind of work you're doing, and it's
Really?
really fascinating taking a leap into a more and more real world like
All right, well,
problem
this shit
space
sucks.
and just achieving incredible results by applying reinforcement learning. Now, since I saw you work on poker, you've been a constant
Mo
inspiration.
finally accepted
It's
my
an honor
fucking
to get
friend
to finally
request.
talk to you, and this is really fun.
Amazing.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mo Brown. To support
I
this
love
podcast,
Mo.
please check out our sponsors.
Mo is
in the
amazing.
description. Now,
Really? Yeah,
let
that
me leave
Christian's
you with
always
some
in the
words
fucking
from Sun Tzu in the art of war. The whole
karaoke
secret
stream.
lies in confusing the enemy.
What in the
that
fuck
he
is
cannot fathom
airbenders?
our real intent.
I don't know. Is that
Thank you for
fucking
listening.
manga?
Hope to see you
Manga?
next time.
What is manga? I don't know. Some Japanese shit. What's Speed Racer? I think that's anime. I get hentai and manga
In my
confused.
mind, I have to tap everybody up. Winning is not enough.
The following is a conversation with Hajar Gracie, widely considered to be the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time. this is the Lex Friedman podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Hodger Racing. Let's start with possibly the greatest match in Jiu-Jitsu history.
Rabbi Rothschild versus his hand.
Let's go
Undefeated
through the
kids.
details. Let's go through
Really?
the whole thing. So the walk.
Ain't
you know,
even
just-
close.
You always do this walk. It's an epic walk. You posted that on Instagram.
Really?
Enzo posted that on Instagram.
Dog,
This
this is the
calm
worst.
Walk towards the mat.
I would
Well,
ban me
let's
if
go
I
to
were
that.
that. I would be like,
Match
dude, you're not
particular
studying
was
anything.
over
What are you
your mind.
studying?
You've been away
Fucking
from competition,
Guinness
facing problems.
Jiu-Jitsu? Fuck you.
One
Get
of the
out of here.
greatest, and at that time, maybe
These
the
people, I'd be like, get the fuck
greatest
out of here too.
competitor of
Korea
all time,
doesn't want you.
Cha-cha.
Go to KBBQ if you
Here's
want.
the old man,
Those
the
people,
old timer, getting
some
back at,
crazy ass
out there.
chat
What were you thinking?
about which I don't like the
I
name.
think
The
that's
other thing,
First time.
I don't even know what that is. Everybody comes in like, hey, do you play fucking Minecraft? No, dog. I'm fucking
Like a lot of
cool.
people thought.
Consider him the favorite. I mean, understandable, was out of competition for a while, but he was just winning everything. So, saying about the walk, like for me,
Shout out
the
to that
fight starts
Rana
way before
girl.
the referee say go.
She's
Yeah.
tight.
It's all the focus and concentration that I think is very important for me to start before. Like, I almost walked
Ego
blind
World.
to the net. Many times I passed like great friends and I
Read
couldn't
my album.
see
Girls
anyone
Only.
trying to talk to you, and I'm 100% focused on my
If you
opponent
share my
already,
song, I'll
so
give you
that
a
I cannot
nitro.
even see
Send
in
me
front of me. So I think that's
ass
what
and
we always
DMs.
very
Huh?
important to try to
Rate
clear
this.
my mind out from
So this
everything.
person literally
Are you
just
visualizing the
fucking
opponent, or are you just clearing?
Not a judgment.
is
Right? Is there
promoting
what's
their
in
fucking
your head? Is
album.
it like a calm river with birds chirping?
That's cool. I don't understand why that's a big deal.
Like,
Notice I'm not
darkness,
fucking
yeah.
flagging. I'm like, hey everybody, I'm a
And that's
douche, and I
what
need
makes
everybody
it
to
that
know how
calm.
much I'm a
It's
douche.
blankness. How hard is it to achieve that blankness?
I am.
It's difficult to say because I
This is the
think
worst.
I don't remember when. I'll say probably as a black belt, I try to focus like that, not to
Yo,
think,
dog.
because it's probably something
This
you
shit
learn.
sucks.
Is the more you think, the more nervous you get.
Chill Zone
And
appeals.
there's nothing that you're gonna gain by thinking.
Yo,
of the
when am I
fight
gonna
or
get this shit
possibilities,
back?
What you can do, what can go wrong, what can go right, because it's unpredictable. You have absolutely no idea. It's impossible to predict the fight.
And you discover
League
that
of Legends.
if you just let those nervous
No
feelings
one
go
cares.
and empty your mind, it actually is pretty effective.
Is this the? Is
makes
this
you
it?
feel better.
Is this done?
You kind of
This is the
control your
worst
emotions,
fucking
control
stream
the
of all
body,
time, no
up to a
doubt.
level. So it absolutely helps you, focus in the fight.
I've learned that in
All right.
jiu-jitsu and in general in life, that whenever something feels really shitty, you can just take that thought and not think about it.
Yeah.
Like I do that on long runs or like a fast run, or in jiu-jitsu, especially now you
Lay
get out
away.
of shape, like that feeling of exhaustion. Well, you can always get to the feeling of exhaustion. You can just not think about it, not think about being exhausted.
This bitch is coughing up a
And that's
storm.
how the last
Are you a Jets
I
fan?
think maybe in the face of exhaustion, all the
She
fears
is.
start to creep in. Maybe
Interesting.
your muscles tighten up. I don't know. This is for the amateur.
Who's the hottest
person.
bitch on?
It's kind of funny how you can just
Just
take
chatting
that
right now.
thought and let go of it. So you get, as
It's a
a
good
black belt
question,
competitor, you get used to, you get good at letting
Doug,
go. of
I
these
should get
thoughts.
into one of these
When
motherfuckers.
you make it
Shit.
to exhaustion,
Kick clips.
that's another.
This guy was gonna interview me. He sucks.
There's a lot of times in the fight you're getting tired, and you're getting pretty tired. So it's like the last thing you want to think
Really?
of is
Yeah,
how
dog.
tired
He
you
was
are.
supposed to fucking
It
interview
doesn't
me, and then
because
he
it doesn't-
ripped on me.
what are you
Fuck
gonna
you,
do?
dude.
I mean,
Really?
Yeah, it
He
doesn't
could have
matter.
been way
It's
worse.
how
I
tired
don't
you
know
are.
if he ripped on me.
Yeah, there's no value thinking about it.
That's not
This
bad.
is the
You just have
worst.
to go through it.
So when you're like,
Mark
you know,
off the
90
perk.
minutes
She's
into
the
the
hottest.
match and you're
Because she's really nice.
slowly moving, as you sometimes do, tying your belt, catching your breath, you're not thinking about anything. You're trying to let go of thinking.
I'm trying to save everything to the fight.
All right, girl.
Nothing goes to waste.
Use it on my face, baby.
move
Really? No,
unnecessary.
calm down, woman.
It's just gonna
Would
make
you let her
more
go
tired,
piss
or
on
it's
your
gonna take
face?
Something out of you. I try to calculate every single move I make.
Yeah, I know
So much
whose
energy
question that was. Fucking rabbits
Okay,
in the back,
fully,
like creepy
be
bitch.
focused 100% in the fight with no way, especially Anish-wise.
And that's instinctual.
Number one
Like,
and number two, and we're gonna get into the whole,
You're not like explicitly thinking
T-ball
should I do
is-
this or not. It's just
fucking
just
shit.
don't move.
All right,
unless-
would I let a girl? If I were in a kiddie pool and I had a
there's
poncho
no really time to think much, you know. It's
and
like
my
you-
eyes are
you're
protected
playing,
with like
it's,
double
you know,
dare
you already
goggles,
have your weapons, let's say.
Yeah.
You know, the things that you do.
and I had a
It's just
snorkel,
the wait for the perfect
you let
moment.
a bitch pee on your
The beauty
face?
of it is there's the
If
right
that got her
moment,
off,
and if you feel
I
1
am
second too
about
late,
getting
doesn't
bitches
work,
off, baby.
or you get messy.
You would let a
So,
chick
you know,
piss
you
on
try
your
to
face.
catch that moment.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
you
how is
see,
it gonna
and for
fucking
that,
work?
you have to
Do
be
I have to?
fully
Can I
focused
sit
on
in a
what you're
chair,
doing.
or do I have to
1
be on
second
like?
is you up. You won't want.
Okay, if
But
I'm in a kiddie
you know,
pool,
exactly notice somebody that
on a
moves super quickly. So the
on like
so
a
the moment, it's not
a
about how
milking
quickly you
stool,
move, it's about the
it's
right
not like
moment.
too
The
tall.
right moment. So,
Yeah, it's not
And then I've got
like
snorkel,
speed.
those fucking
It's
double
not
dare
like you have to
goggles,
move at the speed of light. It's the move itself.
a poncho.
Moment. It doesn't have to
I
be
need
super
galoshes.
fast because your opponent's not moving super fast, you know. So it's a combination of movement.
I mean, if she
which
wanted
you
to
don't
take
have.
a whiz on me,
I mean, the
yeah,
same
I
thing
guess
happens
she
in-
could
in
stand
judo,
on like
and the
chairs
movement
like
is really
this.
small.
Yeah.
It's just-
I mean, she just
Judo
doesn't have the
is a
same
bit more
aim nor
explosive, you know,
accuracy
it's
nor
a
distance
bit
that I
more
do.
slightly faster.
Would you piss on a bitch's
So
face?
it does require a bit more
If that guy.
closeness.
But that's not my
But
thing.
even just the
Why?
right
Because
timing
I fire
for
ropes on
off
that
balance,
bitch before I'm gonna whiz on her.
still live.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's not that
Oh,
the
calm
speed
down,
is
woman.
not gonna count that much.
All right. Is that the end of your
timing that
fucking
you
story?
initiate that.
You see that with foot sweep. There's nothing more beautiful than like a
Would you
Olympic
take-
level
would you take a
athlete
dump on a
going
car?
at it in the Olympics. And
like
it sucks.
fucking mineral
And it's
oil and
just-
shit.
and you see
All right, how would we do that one?
one man's life flash before his eyes and realize like I'm supposed to be the top 3 person in the world. That I just
Well,
find
you ever
penalty.
see one of
I'm
those
looking at
old
this,
like
I don't know
medieval
what's happening.
castles
It's
that have
because
like
you
the
don't see that. I guess
toilet
you see
that goes
in
off the
boxing,
side,
knockouts and stuff
and
like
they'd always
that.
have to
You don't
protect
know
that because
what
guys would go up there and like kill guys on taking the shit. Well, if I were in one of those castle things and it was going down, it was just free falling.
Do you get that in jiu-jitsu at all? 'Cause
I don't
judo
fucking know
has-
what's going on down there. So yeah,
because
if
of
you
the
want to fucking
explosiveness,
mud it
because
up,
of the
go
point
for it.
scoring system,
Some
that
bitch would be like,
incentivizes these giant throws.
dibs on the moat. Calm down, woman.
Has these moments where everything just turns in a single moment. Do you have that?
All right, is that the end of your story?
Because that is points. Yes, you get like 2 points. Because I think regarding the submission, it's not just one precise movement.
Would
that
you
changes
let a
everything.
girl shit on your
I think
face?
Judo is the takedown that counts as a submission.
Well, do I get a kiddie pool?
Right over.
Yeah.
Jiu-Jitsu don't have that.
Okay, and a poncho?
So you will,
Yeah.
you will score points, but I think in terms of submission,
I mean, she's really gonna get
You need
off
to
on
get
this because
to,
I'm not just gonna do it. She's like,
you
I'm
know,
almost
the
there, and then
position
no,
first.
she's
And
got to
then
be like,
the
no, no,
submission
no.
comes
Once this
slowly.
thing leaves my ass, I am
Yeah.
orgasming from now
Okay, let's go
until.
back to that guy.
Hanukkah.
With his mind.
Oh
Actually,
well,
he's
okay,
leading
then
up
maybe
to
in that case.
in the days,
Do I get a snorkel
hours, in the
and
minutes,
double dare
is
glasses?
there some fear in you leading up to this?
And nothing goes in the snorkel
I
either.
mean,
I don't want to be
I'm not
sucking
gonna
in your
say,
turds,
that I'm fearless,
creepy
because
bitch.
everybody fears something, you know. The fear is there, but it's like how much.
You'd
you
let a
that
girl
control.
shit on your
I
face?
think I was a lot more confident than fearful.
It's not about me. Does it get her off? If it does, then
I
yeah,
was
I'm
pretty
cool with it.
confident that it could be.
Why?
Where's the source of that?
I don't know. So long as it's not making a mess everywhere, I got a kiddie pool, right? Can you hose me down when I'm
I
done?
can take a walk.
That's you can take anyone.
I think I
but
could
is
do
there
it.
Specific
Is it like a tarp?
like talking
Could I, like,
about her,
Wrap
He
myself in
believes
a
that
tarp
there's
or
no
a
such thing as
poncho or
confidence.
something?
like or rather,
And
the way
double
you
their
get
glasses in the
confidence
fucking
is through data,
snorkel?
like that you have proven yourself.
Would you
effective,
really let her go? Yeah, I think I would.
in previous
Why?
situations, but with
If it gets her off, if that's her thing, and like,
you
you
don't
know,
have much data.
I'd be like, bitch,
There's a
can't I
very-
just
the
eat
first
you to
time you
death?
face
No,
it
I
is
gotta
very
fucking
tough.
can't finger you to death, can't
That
bitch you
was
to death.
also
This is the only way that she could ever get off
Very tough.
is by shitting on
So,
my face.
Doesn't that creep in like that doubt because you don't have enough
I get the
data?
double dare glasses and the
Confidence-based.
fucking snorkel. I get to wear a poncho and galoshes and fucking
Okay, if I never had fought
a kiddie
before,
pool.
you know, somebody walk into a fight with someone like that, then would I be that confident?
Yeah, I mean, what's it gonna
probably
fucking hit my cheek?
You know, so
It's like,
that-
oh, okay.
History of what we've been doing, what we've been achieving, does gives you confidence. I didn't think that was my first fight.
From
ever.
her cheeks to my cheek.
I
Oh,
probably
look,
wouldn't be
that's
that
disgusting.
But the time
Anyway, you would really. How about would you let a girl diarrhea on your face?
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of all runs together. No
You don't
pun
have the
intended.
fear or the actual physical experience.
So long as it
the
stays out of the
psychological
fucking
experience of being
snorkel.
rusty. being out of the
That
competition.
will come on training.
And the double dare glasses have to be like waterproof. I don't want the ones with the
training will
holes.
tell you how you work.
Did you increase the intensity of the
Okay,
training?
is that it? Is that the end of your story?
Yeah, I mean, I train normal. Let's say compared to the first fight, the second was a lot more conscious because, like I said on training, the training for the first fight.
Is there anything else? Would you
I think I was
would you use your finger to plug a girl during her period? If she's out of tampons and there aren't there's no cotton in the country. Yeah, I'd let her take a choice. You want me to thumb you, girl? You want my trigger finger? You want my middle finger? You want my ring finger? Or you want my pinky? You want a little pinky action?
I knew something was not right
I'm just here to help
for the first
people.
fight. But then,
No one gives a shit.
No points.
This is the worst stream ever.
People who don't know, it was the Mudder Morris, which is a 20-minute match, submission only, so there's no the winner's determined only by submission, otherwise it's a draw.
So physically, I wasn't myself on that fight.
Doug, I like those rules.
My body wasn't
This
responding.
motherfucker's the
So
best fucking
the
fighter.
concept was different from the
I think
first
I'd whoop
and
his
second.
ass.
I was confident enough that I wouldn't get tapped
Why?
out from the first. That I was still going to fight because he has to tap me
You
out.
really think you could beat him?
And I trust on my defense. I'm confident enough on my
Really?
defense that
I'd whoop his fucking ass.
But in
Why?
terms of
Why not?
really,
I'd be like,
walking
dog,
to the second
let me
fight,
win. Come
I
on,
was
dude.
a lot more.
I'm sick as fuck.
What can you say about that feeling when something's not right?
This is the worst.
Like people crack, they give up. This.
What the fuck is going on
it's a
with this
little bit
shit?
tense because it's
Fucking
like being
bullshit.
really tired. It's the same thing.
This is the
It's like a lot
worst.
of people crack because
This
they
is
just
the
feel the
worst.
kid not giving more.
You had
Because
a
they
chick
not
say
enough
that
to
she
give.
loved your
So
body.
they just
I think this woman is blind.
So what do you do? Just again,
Yo, dog,
thoughts
this is
out.
the worst.
there's no giving up.
The worst stream
I
ever
don't care.
in the history of
Like,
mankind.
just giving us not
People will watch this in the future and be like, this is the most boring shit of all time. 5785 was so shitty. Like, dog, you're telling me. What is this bullshit, motherfuckers?
Especially doing training. Like I get caught like that. I've never ever
Yo, dog,
hurt myself by not tapping. Like if you get angry,
this is the worst.
train hard. You prove.
No
You
reason
make
out.
yourself better.
Psych,
You
bitch.
got caught. Accept that you made a mistake.
Dude, I might have to take another
You
dump.
tap and try harder. So the not tapping, you're sacrificing your body, and you will never be the same. Like if you let your elbow fall.
This is the
elbow will
worst.
Never ever be the same.
Let me sing a song.
You
You
let
guys
your elbow
ready?
to sleep,
This song goes
your
like this.
resistance drop.
This is the worst
As a limit of resistance until they
shit
you
I
resistance
have
drop.
ever known.
The moment that
I'm
you-
on
you-
3
you go to
fucking
sleep,
streams. No one
the
is
resistance
watching
drops.
4 fucking
I've
streams.
never heard anyone say that. That's awesome. That's
8,
true.
just here,
So that's the
8
reason
fucking
people
streams.
usually say,
No one
No,
is
it's the
watching
same or you get
any
knocked out.
of
You get
this.
knocked out the first time,
I
your
am
resistance
fucking
drops. Your jaw
blinded
gets weaker.
by the
That's the right
fucking
thing.
deer
That's
light.
the
The worst. The deer light is the worst. Oh my
right?
fuck, wow.
What's the- oh,
Yo,
you think
dog,
this is pretty good?
this shit sucks.
I don't know about that.
What the fuck?
Because it doesn't make sense to me. Or maybe
Did you know? Because the
In my
compass
case,
in your
it's my
server
understanding
list defines your
of when I'm
servers.
screwed.
Is that
pretty
true?
Like,
Dog,
there's
this
no-
shit
no
sucks.
trouble. Yeah. One of the
Like,
things
oh,
that
what the
attract most
fuck?
about my jiu-jitsu journey is not having
You're the worst.
given enough time
Dog,
to,
this is. Oh, dude, it
of
worked.
being in really bad positions. Like the better I got, I think the less I started being. in
Look
bad
at this
positions,
move.
which is
Y'all ready for this?
It's like that is how you train. Because you should just spar. When you spar, like it's difficult to be
Yo, this is the
in
worst.
positions a lot. You train with better people, but
Blocks fruits. No one on
How
Earth
long
knows
you
what the
never
fuck that
realized
is.
how
Is that a
long, but
fucking
we don't really have time
currency?
to develop.
Is that Minecraft?
That's why people they don't
No one knows.
they don't train. in
What's
bad
this
positions
other
because they have
thing?
to start there
Blocks
Over
fruits
and over.
trading.
to be used to.
Yeah, or put yourself there.
Yo,
Just have
bitch.
that mindset. I think you start.
This is
I think
the
part of
worst.
fun of jiu-jitsu is
My
get better
fucking
and better.
fantasy football
Yes,
team is
big
so
goals,
bad.
You have these puzzles that you figured out that you're playing.
My kicker sucks.
Specific details you're working out.
He was
trying
he's
to
the best
improve
kicker in the
your
history of the NFL, and
like
he sucks.
techniques and so on. But yeah, just the percentage
Just
of
the
time
worst.
spent being submitted or trying, even going against like lower ranks.
Yo,
trying to
quit
escape
sucking
basic
dick.
submission is slow. I don't
He
know
was
if that's true
supposed
for
to be
most
the
people.
number one
Probably is,
kicker.
right?
Most people have very bad defense.
Worst.
Because they don't allow themselves to be there. Because
Terrible.
I mean, who wants to get that?
It's just absolute
you-
dog shit.
Until you work on your defense, first you're gonna get tapped, or you're not gonna escape. You're gonna struggle to escape.
All right,
So people they don't want to be there.
let's change it up.
I regret it most.
Let's go to bitches and
because
pools and
the
shit.
effect it clearly had on how
Team
I
fight
competed.
tactics. What the fuck is that?
It was
No
was
one
clear
knows.
that my competition was
Dude, show
was
me,
constantly driven by conservative,
dude.
like don't take risks.
Creative.
I think because of the weak defense.
Top live
honestly.
categories.
And I think
What
a
girl
lot of
is
it
at
in here
6:35 in the morning
like,
in a
for
fucking
example, exhaustion was accompanied by fear because
It's
of
prime
the
time,
defense,
dog.
I think. If I were to psychoanalyze myself, and
old
I
school
regretted
RuneScape,
it
Age
a
of
lot.
Empires 2? Who the fuck is still playing this game?
Speaking of which, I
Dog.
don't think anyone's ever submitted you in competition. So you're
Well, I was a juvenile.
yes. So when you were a young person, does that still haunt you?
No, it's
FIFA only has 24,
by and large. I mean,
16 people watching it?
or something like that. But I was
I still remember it though.
like the details.
Dude, what happened to bitches and pools? Block channel. Did I block channels or something?
He never completed it.
No block channels. Channel? I have 4 people watching me who are my friends. Lay away.
What do you attribute that to? You're saying you're confident.
That's an ass.
You're confident that
Yo, dog.
the top of the world, the number
What's
one
it called?
Buchesha would not submit.
Hot tubs?
So where's that confidence grounded in? What do you attribute the fact that nobody was able to submit you?
First, it comes on training. I train a lot.
What's it called?
My defense
Bikinis?
is good because I practice.
I
over
don't
and
know.
over again.
I think they got rid
As
of
much
this
as I
shit.
practice on my offensive
knows?
position. So it's you have to train both equally, not just be in a good position. You have to be in bad. So I think
Not a
the
single
first
fucking
component
Korean
of my
came to
game.
see me.
I
Asses.
to be a complete fighter.
They're the
A
worst.
complete martial artist.
Really?
You have to be
No, they're
good in
nice
every single
people.
position. Every single one. Those are you have a weakness. So it's to be complete.
Did
you have
anybody
a
else
weakness.
ban me?
So that was always my. I was always very.
Dog, this is the
particular on that.
worst.
Like it's where my weakness, what I don't feel good at it. If you put me in a position to struggle, how to escape, how to get out.
Oh, I'm in one of them.
Any submission lock, penny position, back mount, everything. It doesn't matter which position I practice over and over again. So that if I get
Lo-fi
there in a
girl.
fighting situation, I will know how to get out. At least I'll have a
Dude,
direction.
let me back in that
I will
fucking
know this is
Discord.
my way out.
Do you practice both escaping the bad position and the transition into the bad position, avoiding it? Because that's how it happens. Jiu-jitsu, you start in a neutral position.
No, the transition then becomes the fight itself. It's being there is most important. It's when you're there, then you have to know how to get out. That's your weakness. How either stopping the person getting there is something different. They're two different things.
TikTok
you
zone.
practice one or the other.
No.
So, but both are important, I guess. But the stoppable person is easier to practice because that comes naturally in training.
Yeah.
What was the actual process? Like, what was your biggest weakness throughout your, like, you just remembering what was annoying to you to figure out?
Side control is always
The bottom of second quarter.
TikTok sucks so much fucking crap.
It's not ever easy.
Fucking
It'll
real.
never be easy.
Hey, why don't you just ban me?
It's so annoying.
Douche.
It makes no sense.
Someone pins you down, you don't want to move much, he's a big and strong guy, regardless of who he's not going to be to escape. So some situations are just hard.
That must be sorry to interrupt. I'm interrupting Andre Gracie in this You just made me realize if you're really good, if you're going against like the perfect jiu-jitsu competitor,
What the
Probably
fuck
side
is
control might be
this?
one of the hardest positions. Is it the hardest position to escape?
Here's one of them. If the person doesn't want to progress, he's concerned about
So
the
if they're
finish.
like the best pinners in the world, I mean, partially because I've just seen judo people that know how to pin.
Yeah.
They
Straight left side control is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Doesn't matter how much you practice.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
And it's also just frustrating. I guess it is also frustrating because a lot of people in that position
Monetization.
will be about maintaining control, not progressing.
55% more
And usually
subscribers.
people when they're mount and back control are usually
Oh,
trying
I hate
to
these people. I
progress
hate
towards
this
the
fucking
submission,
voice.
which opens up opportunities for
Dog.
escape. So what's the actual process
Trick shot. This guy's tight as fuck.
Just time and
Love
time
this
again,
shit.
putting yourself inside the bottom side control.
Yeah. Over and
I
over
could do
again.
this shit
Starting
all
there,
fucking day.
Back, escape, back, mount, back. Any situation outside that, stop, start again, and it has to be, I would say, 5 minutes, because it's the repetition that will teach you. You know, if you train like 3 minutes and stop, you have time to, one thing, and then time out. It's the repetition that over and over again. That, when you try the same move over and over again, then you see what can go wrong.
And is it understanding the details of the movement or actually doing the
Make
movement,
it.
feeling it?
It's
Make it. Just
first
make
you
it
have
through
to
the thing
understand
once.
movement and practice. But most important thing is defense. Escape coming second.
Baller.
He's attacking you. The one thing is if he's not trying to submit you, but the other one is it. Let's say if a person is very good, has a very good attack. The first thing is defense, not just escape. You can expose yourself to a even worse position, because that is very risky. When you
How
try
does
to
it
escape, you'll always expose yourself to a worse
know
position.
how many attempts?
So avoiding that.
Oh, here you go, dog.
First is defense, not getting caught.
Dude,
And
that
then
one's got to be
when you
adjusted.
escape, then don't be in a worse position.
So defense in jiu-jitsu when you're wearing gi, what does defense entail? Is it mostly grips? Is it mostly the positioning of your hips and legs?
It's everything
Dog,
together.
I gotta
because
just
it's a
watch
whole
all
body
trick
movement.
shots now.
It's a constantly moving.
This
your-
is
your
fucking
arms, legs,
phenomenal.
body. They have to.
Dude, I've seen him do this one.
together.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Go back to the mind of that guy. So confident, no fear at this point. Is there a bit of ego?
I
there,
love
too?
this shit so
Yeah.
fucking much. It makes me
Like
want
I
to
said, I'm not
scream.
gonna say I'm fearless. Of course, there's concerns. That fight, I would have to say, was probably the fight that I was nervous the most walking in, because I knew what that meant. That fight, it meant everything for me. All my legacy was on the line, because if I lost that fight, I would forever be number two.
That was tight as fuck.
And I mean, Busheshe is a great guy, great competitor. Jiu-Jitsu is very good, but I'm better than him. I knew that. It's
But
like
he's competing non-stop at that point.
he's a great competitor. Taking nothing out of him. He's super tough, very very tough, very good. He's probably the best competitor in Jiu-Jitsu. He won 13 times the world championship. I won 10. So as a competitor, he has more titles than I do. So, but in terms of analyzing the game, I consider
Oh, that was
better than
amazing.
him. So, knowing all that, everything that I built, all my legacy, it's if I lose,
Riding on this match.
Amazing.
if I lose this fight, I'm forever number two.
And none of that is going through your mind.
I knew. I mean, it's not at that moment that I already knew that. I remember just before, the curtains open, I'm standing in before they call my name.
This guy is
And
wonderful.
I mean, my legs were like, I feel the adrenaline kick in on my legs, and I'm like, I'm hitting the leg. I'm like, wake up, get up, get the adrenaline off me, So it was intense. It was intense.
And this was in Rio.
And that was in Rio,
So
my hometown.
So this is, and Rio is not exactly known for its calmness in its band. So this is like
Dog, I
where
could
they
fucking
hosted
watch
the
this shit
Olympics
all fucking day.
the year before.
Yeah.
So this is like, I mean, it's like the whole basically.
Oh, if he would have got it, then I would have
martial art
shit myself.
community is watching this.
I think I'm
I mean,
better
is
than
there
him.
some was Hansel
Be
there?
like, but
Yeah.
then, and
Some
fuck yeah.
people are just. I mean, there's a tension. It's also.
This is the
I
worst.
mean, I don't know if you felt that in part, but
Community
you're also
guidelines.
fighting for the Gracie name.
Dog, shut the fuck up. No one gives a shit.
In our hometown,
The greatest
where the Gracie really started.
Gracie
Hey,
competitor
I
of all
own.
time, arguably. In the
Are you
hometown.
impersonating the
I
owner?
mean, okay.
Are you
my
impersonating
family,
the
my
owner?
best
Are
friend, my
you
friends, everybody watching, everybody there.
impersonating?
There was a lot of pressure. A lot.
So, and then, were you thinking that you would be able to submit him?
No, it's at that point, like I don't predict how the fight will go. That I never did because it's just unpredictable. I never tried to set any strategy for any fight. I think, oh, okay, that I did, but that was the only time that I set any strategy into a fight. It was a 15-minute fight there, and I said, first 5 minutes I'm going to play defense. He's bigger, stronger, younger. I don't want to play his game, and I know he comes in very fast. Every single fight he had, he comes very aggressive. So my strategy walking into that fight, I say 5 minutes, I'm going to play defense. I'm not going to try to attack. I'm not going to try to match his pace. I already expected, maybe I'm going to start losing the fight because, if he comes in, there's a risk of me maybe getting takedown, or something happen. I'm like, I'm going to stick to the game plan. 5 minutes, I'm going to start picking up the pace within 10 minutes to go, which 10 minutes are a long fight. So I don't need to start fast, but I'm going to start being more aggressive and then, try to take him down or pull guard, But by then, I'm like, that's as far as strategy goes.
So no specific stay on the feet. Were you comfortable being both bottom and top in this strategic?
Yeah, I'm always comfortable being bottom or top. I prefer to be on top because being in the bottom, the person on top dictates the pace of the fight because he's on top over you. So I always prefer to be on top because I can dictate the pace. I can implement my own pace. And being the bottom, they can slow me down. So it's harder. So if I can choose, I will always be on top. But I think by then I was like, this, 5 minutes, hit it. Like, he's pretty big and strong. I'm going to spend a lot of energy taking him down. I forgot.
How did it feel to hear you're stepping in? By the way, Puzzle Math, this is old school as it gets. So calm and relaxed here for people just listening. We're watching the early minutes of the match. So just feeling it out. He seems pretty calm too. He must be nervous too. I wonder how. Did you ever talk to him? You guys are friends.
Yeah, we're friends.
Did he ever say how nervous he was?
No, we never spoke about that fight. No.
He probably lays late at night thinking about it.
I don't know.
That SOB.
Yeah. I mean, so you see the first 5 minutes, he kept. I knew what he was going to do, and I studied his game. His stand-up is most basic. Is basic in takedowns, leg attacks, double leg. So he goes single, double, and he charges in. That is pretty much his stand-up game.
You're trying to get a grip.
Yeah, that we got penalized.
Did you like to use the? Do you like to post to the left? You have a right foot forward usually. You're a righty, right?
I'm righty, but I know he wants my leg, so I'm playing my stance just because of his game. All my grips at the first 5 minutes was to kind of try to neutralize his attack.
So he wants to get your left leg. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
So how hard is that to stop that?
I mean, he felt pretty strong. I'm, pushing the head down, trying to play with his balance.
Yeah. Wow.
If you see it, there was a pause. Go back there. He charged in. There's a pause. He's standing in front of them.
Yeah.
I did that on purpose.
What do you mean?
Just in front of him, because he tried.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you failed. I'm here.
There's okay. So you could feel the frustration.
I could feel his frustration not be able to take me down.
Okay. So now, and this it's a psychological
Damn.
battle. So
And you see me walking straight into the middle of the mat, and he's circling out. See, I'm going very slow, recovering.
Out is an
and he's
absolute
computing
unit.
with shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's because he just made a effort, tried to take me down. He needs to recover, and I mean, you need to recover. The other guy's there waiting for you.
And do I go for another takedown? Because this one failed.
Yeah.
Do I need to recalculate the strategy?
Yeah, and he kept trying over and over again and keep failing. I think that frustrated him a lot in that fight. I felt
Terry Dart,
him
I've
kind
always
of
thought
slowing
was
down
fuck.
because he was getting
Shout out to
nowhere.
that bitch for dying.
So we're 5 minutes in. Yeah, he keeps. So you never got that takedown in the early.
No.
Let's see. So at this point, do you pull guard? Yeah. Okay.
So that's when I felt like he's mentally he's worried enough.
Did you try to pull close
Zero,
guard here?
zero.
No, I knew he was going to bring Danny in.
That sucks.
Because that's the defense
I
against
bet
pulling
people
close
would
guard.
like it, but I think it's
But I like that.
whatever.
What do you?
I like people bringing the knee between my legs. Because, see, I'm going to close my guard even with his leg.
Okay, he's stopping the close. Well, this is awkward, but
Because
guess-
I was holding his arm. That's why he fell. He had no hand to post.
but still it puts the leg in. But you're able to close your guard around. Is you okay with that?
I do that really well. I sweep people from that position a lot.
What's the sweep?
Yeah, just push.
Okay,
It's just a
like to your left side.
Balboa.
Okay, because he has no. Oh, it's almost like you basically get around his back a little bit.
I have the trouble.
He knew that, like I swept a lot of people with that sweep. So you see, he kept leaning to his left, to my right.
Yeah.
So I want to push them to my left. So you see him leaning over
That
to my
actually
right. a
stopped
lot.
me more.
What's the right answer for him? To like roll or something?
No, I mean he's stuck. He does not really. He's stuck there.
Right.
But the one thing he did, he kept
Yo,
off me
dog.
completely. See that he's leaning.
This shit is
Like he's
so
too afraid of my attack now.
cool.
Because
Fuck.
he should lean on me.
Yeah.
You should bring the fight to me. So when I felt him, I knew he was like he's too worried about my attack now.
So he can't.
Yeah.
If he comes back to the center, he has no.
So he's not engaging now. At that time he's 100% just defending. So I felt that. I'm like he doesn't want to engage.
Oh,
And he's looking. I knew at that point he wants my foot because our first fight, I had the same position. I wasn't holding his arm, and he went to attack my foot, which he did. He got into
Like a
attack.
toe hold or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. So I knew he's looking at my foot.
Which foot? Sorry, the left. The
My
right.
right, yeah, my right foot.
That's
But
how
I'm
you
holding
defend.
his
You're
arm.
hiding it.
I'm holding his arm.
And now you're going to the back. It's an arm drag type of thing.
So the moment that I came off, now I'm holding his arm so he cannot come up. So I'm holding his left arm so he cannot post the hand on the floor and come up.
And he's holding your right to try to get you.
Yeah.
Basically to prevent you from attacking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. And he rolls.
Yeah. He tried to get me off balance. So see now I switched the grip on his arm so I can free my left arm.
Can I ask you a question? Like, was there a chance he sweeps you here?
I mean there's always a chance, but very hard. Yeah, but see my left arm is free.
Oh, so you can post.
Yeah.
Why was your
Dog,
left arm
Bill
free? Oh, 'cause
Handel,
you were using it to
you
grab.
went from Marjorie, who
Okay.
is in sometimes in
Yeah.
my life,
I
I
tried
thought
to
this
hook
bitch
now.
was
You will see
to
when
Oh my goodness.
when I knew
like
his
no offense, but
panic
dog,
because
that ain't no head.
he
that
did a
ain't no
move that he
Marjorie.
completely opened himself up.
Though
Like
she
I'm
looks
holding
better
his left arm. So
there.
by holding the arm, that prevents him
But-
from defending the hook on that side.
Dog, Marjorie
Because his arm
was
is being
beautiful.
crossed. So the arm
This
cannot
lady
block the hook.
Has a
And
haircut that I have.
I mean,
The hook with your left leg?
yeah. So you see
Come
when
on.
he come up, but I would say that's my guess. But
Dog,
this is-
did you just mix
he's
the
a big
hair?
guy, he's like 110 kilos, 112, something like that.
Which is
245.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So
what were
he's a-
you at the time?
less 220. Yeah, 220.
A nice
32.
slim 100 kilo.
So, his defense are not amazing. He's good, but he's not known to have amazing defense. So, by being the big guy in the room when you train, he used to get out of
He
situations
said real
because of
Jew
your size.
bagels.
He will shake people
This,
off.
I don't think
Because of
that's
your size,
cool.
you shake them off. You get off some bad positions. You can. I mean, I could feel in the first fight on the side control. Suddenly he explode out. So I've seen him doing that a few of his fights. Not in the most technical way. Just I'm getting out, and he did it for his size. So and he did the same thing. Like he tried to stood up when I'm on his back. Then he completely opened up the hook. He will see the next move. His head's gonna come up, and he's gonna try to get off the floor.
So basically, come up, shake you off.
And
So
he
those
does move
aren't
just for the
real
hook.
Jew
I put both hooks in
Fuck.
straight away.
Why? Because everybody knows.
His arm is
Yeah,
You really want to get down to brass
I
tacks.
didn't bring him.
Nobody's like, oh, fucking.
And now
No true Jew
I'm
is
attacking his
fucking
neck, and
like
he's
no
worried
true
about it.
Scotsman. No true Jew is eating
That's
on
fatal mistake.
those bagels.
Like defense always
Just
comes
get some
first.
fucking
Don't worry,
lenders. You could
then
call that fucking
defense first,
Jew
game
bagel.
second.
Nose
So he's
bagels.
not worried
Not
about
kosher.
first then.
Garbage. Trafe. Fucking shit. Get me
So
the
it
fuck
was
out of here.
A progression of
Really? No.
That's why I think
Just let me fucking go viral.
Take me down. And then when I pull guard,
This is the worst fucking stream of all time. No one cares.
He's very good about taking down. He tried over and over again for 5 minutes.
I got banned. They still haven't unbanned me. Some asshole, some fucking 19-year-old prick fucking banned me. Why? Because he sucks dick, that's why. He's probably in some manga group and fucking likes to draw, which is fine. But it's like, dog, and I'm sure he plays every fucking game out there, but he's never fucking, he doesn't know what to do on 4th and 2. You fucking go for it. That's what you do.
He couldn't take me down. I pulled guard.
Really? Dog, if you're not going for it on 4th and 2, go fuck yourself. Your head coach is a pussy and we all know it. This is the worst.
Yeah.
This is the worst. Do you always go for it on 4th and 2?
Standing up.
Motherfucker, I always go for it on 4th and down. 4th and 35. Keep it, bitch.
There was nothing on the way of those hooks.
Why?
Because he
They
tried
give
to-
you 4 fucking downs for a reason.
You're high enough on him to where the weight was just probably immense. It just felt too heavy.
I mean, you're already going for the choke.
What? There's no time to lose.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So you're not like worried I'm gonna get shaken off. You're going for the choke.
No,
Okay, you got your right hand.
No shaking me off. I'm with you guys now.
This is the absolute most dog shittiness.
And your right hand is opening up the lapel.
My right hand is holding his arm. I
Oh,
still holding
oh,
To that
sorry.
Lindsay lady?
Like, you're holding the sleeve.
Lady,
the sleeve and I'm
you could be better looking if you had more hair. But literally, you and I have the
At
same
which point
haircut.
do you let
There
go
isn't
of the
anything
sleeve
sexy about
and
that to
open
me.
up with the lapel, or do you not need it?
No, I did that, but first I want to try to make it grip. Like, and then I need to establish control before I let go of his arm. Got it. So I kept holding that a bit longer. And then when I felt, okay, I have a good control over the back, then I let go.
Do you? Okay, so you have like a light grip on his lapel.
Did you think
You're
Lindsay was
thinking,
going to be
you know,
hotter?
I need to adjust that.
Oh, fuck
You
yeah.
need to adjust.
I thought
You're,
she's
like,
going to
holding
be
it
some
there,
smoke show.
and you're thinking
That-
at some point you
that-
jump.
All I want is to get
You had Marjorie,
then I noticed
who I just found to be absolutely.
because if it's over, there's no choke, right? I need the wrist needs to be under.
She is
Can you
my
choke
thing.
with your show over the?
That's
Really?
not right.
Okay. It's
Anyway,
not right, or it doesn't work.
it both. It's not right.
Yeah, I think she's
I
beautiful.
mean, would you tap to choke on your chin? No, just pressure.
How,
You did.
Hurt, but it's not going to choke you out.
I don't know. I'm not. Let me argue this. I love this. Arguing with
Really?
about chokes. This is great.
I mean, yeah, I think she's.
Like clock
she's
choke.
really hot.
It was always interesting to me because in judo it's illegal to have the key around the face, and so it was kind of liberating for me to be allowed to have a key around the face. No, it's just
liberating.
no, that you don't have to worry about it. Like, of course, it's more effective to go under the chin, but I'm surprised just because the amount of pressure.
He's
that goes on,
divorced.
How much you can take it.
It
It's
says
a lot.
divorce.
It feels like
But it doesn't feel comfortable. I mean, sometimes on your mouth, it cuts your mouth. Are you bleeding? It feels horrible.
no, but that's not the feeling. The feeling, it might not be a choke, but the feeling like Like it's a pressure that everything's just closing in.
But it doesn't take you anywhere. Like you're not gonna go to sleep.
You might not go to sleep.
So it is just pressure.
Yes.
So pressure it hurts, it's uncomfortable, but it's not gonna break your face and it's not gonna put you to sleep. So if I don't get the neck, I don't go for the kill. I'm holding the his collar. My wrist is almost under. It's I'm trying to kind of dig in. If I can't dig
This
in,
guy has the
then I will
shittiest
just involve
background.
The person to dig in.
Dig in first, then adjust.
Yeah.
Can you do all that with one hand or no?
I did.
So you can tighten the choke with just one hand.
No, I need the second one to open it.
But you're like digging in with one hand.
I'm digging in under the chin.
Under
is under. Now I need to go deeper.
But the going deeper requires the second hand.
It does. It does.
But that requires you letting go of the other hand.
Yeah, I have to let go eventually. Yeah, I see.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's over.
Yeah. Because I'm already under his. Like the
Claiming he was mocking bigotry. Dog, you were just being a racist, you fuck.
Hand on the second little button.
Yeah, of course, what do I do time? And he's out.
That's the control deterring versus the tightening of the choke.
Yeah. It does both. It helps tighten the collar and stops person from out.
Why hasn't anything happened recently? I think people stopped caring.
Feeling pretty good about this position?
Yeah. I just felt it's getting tighter because he wasn't super tight from the beginning. He wasn't like the perfect choke. So we're still. I mean, I knew it was like he's very close to the end, but I still need to adjust. There was still the risk, but maybe he's hit.
Is it possible for his head to slip out?
This is the worst.
But I'm closing that gap. Yeah.
I can't stand him. He sucks.
What
Somebody else has to think he sucks.
Relief.
Somebody on Reddit asked him about the cross grip he used. The sweep followed with a genius grip switch when Buchecha was
Why
away.
appreciation post? He
So I
sucks.
got the cross grip in the arm.
Tired and dull.
Oh, that cross grip. Okay. What's the genius behind that, or was that just the? Do you like that kind of grip?
Yeah, because I always like close guard, and no one wants to be anyone's close guard, right? It's open guard is step to pass. So everybody, when you try to close the guard, they bring their knee in the middle. Like if you're not standing, if you're lower on the ground, and the open guard, if you're close to me, you need that knee between. So it is a must. That's when I start developing the attack. I managed to have long legs to close my legs around people even with that. And then I just developed that sweep.
When did you start developing that?
I don't remember when, but I would say before black belt.
Okay, so your answer to that is not to figure out how to prevent them from putting the knee in. Is there an answer to that?
No.
The good guys will always
you
try
can't
to get the knee in.
remove that leg out of the way. It's not possible.
Well, maybe off balance them enough to where
No,
it's not.
no. I mean, you can try, but like it's hard. You're kind of balance.
Welcome. How you living, Pim?
Right.
We got Ghost in the house. What up?
That's a full sweep, yeah.
How are you? Hello. How's your day going? I hope you're having a good day. We're watching Lex Friedman. It's a podcast. If you'd like to talk, let me know. If you just want to chill, that's cool too. If you'd like to know all about me, I can tell you all about myself. Whatever you want. It's your world. We just live in it. So we're just going to chill in the meantime. Glad you're here.
Because
I'm going to send you a friend request.
Extremely common to have.
Feel free to accept it if you want.
If I'm on your guard.
Welcome.
If you have your
How are you?
What
up, Nikash? Hope you're having a wonderful day.
My knee cannot be on the floor.
Since Enzo was there, what did he tell you before?
I think just motivate you. I think that's Hansel always did that fantastically well to motivate me. Like before
Hello.
I fight a match.
Hey, I can hear you. What's going on?
How's your day going, Nikash?
Huh?
How are you?
Fine.
Excellent. I hope you're having a good day. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you.
Do you play Bloxburg?
Yeah. Are you 18 years old?
No.
Okay, then you have to go. I'm sorry. You got to take care.
Okay.
Bye, Nikash. Shout out to Nikash, everybody. Bye, Nikash. Nikash, you gotta go.
Okay.
Take care. All right, guys. We're gonna be watching the podcast.
The constance,
Enjoy.
His energy being around you. I think that's is the great thing to have hands on your corner. It's the motivation.
What up?
What did you learn about jiu-jitsu and life? So great.
In a minute.
We got to hang out with him in Vegas.
What's good in
He's a
your neck of the
character.
woods? It's
He's one of them.
legendary koosh.
I have absolutely nothing to do, so here I am.
Perfect, man. We're watching podcasts. You know what podcasts are?
Of course, man.
Of course you do. Absolutely. And we have Brutal Smug in here. How you living, pimp? I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching Lex Friedman with perhaps the greatest jiu-jitsu fighter of all time. Word, dog. But this person here, I've told them they have to be 18 to be in here. Hold on. Yeah, I know I did. Because you have to be 18 years old to be in here. I've got to kick you out. I'm sorry, you can't be in here.
And block me, then I leave.
I don't have to do anything like that.
Unblock me.
Yo, dog, just leave.
Yeah, why are you harassing the homie, man? Just leave. You're young. Nobody wants you here.
Word, dog.
Literally.
Word, dog.
You just want attention? Is mommy and daddy not giving you enough?
No.
I see that.
Yeah, bro, you want.
Nikash, you gotta go, my friend.
Block me.
I unblocked.
Just kick him, bro. Just kick him and block this account too.
I am. I unblocked you so that I can ban you. Take care, my friend. Talk to me when you're 21. All right, there we go. Hey, we have our friend. Our friend is here. We're just watching podcasts, but everybody's here. We've got a really great turnout for a Tuesday morning at 7:07 a.m. Welcome.
And the historic coaches and jiu-jitsu competitors, but also personalities in the martial arts world, in the world in general. There's very few like him.
Hans is a fantastic person. It's like, what I've learned most from him is like, you can take any challenge. It doesn't matter where.
Yeah, sure. What would you like to say? What's going on?
That was one question. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I thought you speak to me, and after I got voices in my head that I would like to ask. So.
Okay, ask whatever you'd like.
Where are you from, Miss? Thank you.
Affirmatia. They asked, where are you from?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm from Poland. I am proud of this. Thank you for asking. And you?
That's cool. That sounds very, prideful. I'm from New York, America.
New York, America, yes?
Yeah.
nice.
Well, I do.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How old are you?
I am 20 for a half year.
Why did you think about it?
After what?
How old you were?
I'm not. You asked me.
24 and a half. Well, I'm 25. So
25.
here's that. You almost
And
there,
how do
buddy?
you feel?
Huh?
How do you feel? How I mean wait, I will translate something for you because it's interesting us. I will share you my screen. That will be faster.
Oh, I'm not even. Hold on. I'm on my
Okay, so
PlayStation. I gotta switch into my phone. Hold on.
no problem. No problem. I will read for you.
Why can't I see it? What's going on?
I can't see it either. Oh, now I can. Now, yeah, you can see what's going on. She's translating for you.
We have an age assigned in society, but we also have a hunch and instinct, our consciousness. True. I know what you mean, like maturity. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
you feel older or you feel younger.
you're talking about me, how I feel.
Yeah.
I guess I feel young, but not immature. Just young. I don't got back
Every
problems and
answer
shit.
is good. Every answer is good.
Well, I know that I'm old, but not old as fuck. But I know, I'm sorry, actually, I can't be cursing. My bad. I know that I'm old, but I ain't that old. You know what I'm saying?
Good in back.
It's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing.
But I don't understand your good in back.
You don't understand what?
Oh. Huh? Yeah. I didn't understand what you talked about that.
Oh, okay. Well, that question is kind of confusing. But it's
Why?
because I'm a little high right now, but and I smoke some marijuana, so I'm a little dumb.
I yesterday smoked too, but I must take a break for 19 days because I am practicing meditation every day, and on the workshop I have a paper, and I am write on this paper every day I meditation, and after 19 days I will buy, buy something. And this something is mushrooms. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, mushrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Nah, I ain't about that life.
You like?
But I feel you trying to go in, you trying to meditate with that, with a clear conscience, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah. It's important with my illness, you know. It's important. That's why I am prepared for this trip for 19 days.
Nice. Okay. That's interesting. But me personally, I just can't. I can't do that. I don't know. Hey, Rabbi.
Yeah, what's going on, pimp?
Have you done shrooms?
Oh, fuck yeah. I can tell you all about them. I can tell you all the best ways to do them. I've been doing them for almost 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah. They're pretty.
Yeah.
Uh,
I've microdosed, but I've never done the full spectrum.
sure. I've microdosed. I've macrodosed. I've done a moderate amount. I've done it all. Pretty amazing.
I feel like the most I've ever done would have to be LSD, like a tab, but it wasn't like it's not like I wanted to. It's like I just did it for my boy's birthday. He's like, yo, would you do it this one time for me? And I was like, yeah, I've never done that shit like ever. So I was very nervous and shit. I took it. It wasn't a bad experience. It was a lot of laughing. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah,
but then I remember the walls were moving and shit. Like they were like bouncing. And it was we were at his sister's crib, and it was his sister's daughter's birthday. And I remember that we took that shit the day before, so we were up the whole day and night. And then the birthday was in the morning, and we prepared for it and everything. And then I passed out, bro, and I woke up like at 12 at night. Like I slept the whole day. Like I seen everybody when they came in for the party. And then I passed out and woke up, and everybody was just like trash, drunk and shit. Like the party type shit went on without me. That shit was crazy.
LSD is amazing. I think it's one of the best feelings you can have. The body buzz is incredible. The visuals are amazing. It's cheap as fuck.
Yeah.
It's very, very inexpensive. In comparison, like, think about it. If you wanted to have like a 12-hour, if you want to get high for 12 hours, it's more expensive to smoke a ton of weed than it is just a couple of LSD tabs. It's just very inexpensive for a lot of fun.
Now, but wait, let me tell you one more thing too. You know what's crazy? That day, my friend mowed his lawn barefoot and in his boxers with no clothes.
Just because he was fucking high on LSD?
Yep.
I love it, man. I bet it was quite a sensation with all the grass on his feet.
I remember he came back into the house and his feet were all green and shit.
Oh,
covered in like little like bits. And then we took his dog to the vet. He didn't even shower. He threw his shoes on. And then his dog's a golden retriever. So we got covered in mad dog hair because he sheds a lot.
Sure.
We was covered in green shit from mowing the lawn and dog hair from head to toe. And then we went to Walmart like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
How was Walmart?
This was during COVID. You said why Walmart?
No, how was it?
I mean, it felt regular. We were just walking around buying shit.
Did you buy more than you normally would?
Yeah. I bought shit thinking I was at the crib type shit. I was fucking.
There you go. So all in all, how long?
I'm like, damn, I'm gonna have to take this shit with me.
All in all, how long did the trip last? How many hours?
I would say like 24 hours.
Wow. Okay. That can happen, certainly. That's a good trip, man.
Yeah. I remember we watched the comedy show from the beginning, like when it started kicking in and shit, and that I felt like it wasn't funny, bro. It was just that. It was LSD. It made it funny.
Yeah, which is great.
In my experience, shrooms are more for receiving the outside experience, and LSD is more invested in that inside experience, or no, help man
I don't know. All I know is that the experience wasn't bad, but I would not do it again. That was like a one-time experience.
I got it because I have a very good experience after LSD, but after this times, I got a very bad, very bad experience, and I was very poor because I mixed it with the LSD, with the weed, and with the amphetamine, and it was the worst thing told you in a hospital, psychiatric mental hospital.
Oh damn, it was like that. Shit. Well, I'm glad you're okay. That is OD. The most I did was I mixed weed with it, but it didn't hit me bad. I was regular. I was just high.
I took I took 2 doses. I took 2 doses.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I don't know why I was like that. I don't know. I'm not a stupid person, but after this I was as fuck. Uh, it was my first experience. I lost control about myself after that.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sounds life changing, I guess you could say. You understand? I'm glad you learned from that, I guess,
Me too.
Now you know better.
Yeah. I never lost awareness, consciousness. I never lost that after any drugs. Without stimulants, because the psychedelics, uh, psychedelics, we we are other person after stimulants. Stimulant is a chemical. Psychedelics are natural, and the impact after influence, and the influence after stimulants are others, and after psychedelics are others. You know that, but it's a very important message to everybody who ever has a uremia. Uremia is delusion. Delusion.
Like seeing stuff, like hallucinating.
I have only voices in my head. That's only one.
Oh, like schizophrenia?
I don't think so, because you know what, the doctor that in Poland diagnosed me, and it was very weird because he said that I will be sick entire my life, and that's not true, because when I was not taking pills but other system of healing, I mean the system who is very older than this what we have today. Today we have a lot of information about substance, psychotropic substance, but this is stimulants, and psychedelics are two substance psychotropic. Yeah, right. But we have a problem, because in what they are healing sick people, psychotropic substance, who is very bad influence, who has very bad influence on the awareness, on the consciousness of the people. After the pills, I must take entire my life. I feel like my awareness is dying. I don't feel sensorical.
Oh, you feel like that medication it heals you, but it makes you numb, or like dumb.
Yeah. I have a song for you. I have a song for you. You wanna hear? That's a short song. Because what you wish for, it's important. Please, because I will be streaming for a while. I am education Polish community. That's important, because I will say something after I will send to music, because in Poland is you cannot say everything without hate the crew geniuses. of exclusion from society. That's why I had depression all of my life after I quit it. Okay, I got other sick on my head, but I am feeling other way that Polish hospitals. Yeah, and I am healthy. And people don't wanna hear why I'm sick. They want to take this pills to give 7 days more than, than this what I said before. I will send you. I will send you. In English language. Check this out. Check this out, brother.
Fuck is that? What time is it? I said an hour and a half from now, I'm gonna go buy some cleaning stuff and I'm gonna clean my room. Cause it's bothering me.
Word, dog. That's the right kind of mentality to have. Clean that bitch up.
I'm playing Marvel Rivals. This shit is insane. I mean, this game is fire. Damn, I gotta stop cursing, bro. I'm sorry.
You're good, big dog.
I just be outside and it just comes to you.
That's a really popular game.
Yeah. I was surprised how good it is. Like gameplay, pretty cool. I fuck with this song. Yo.
you have to be ready, and with that warrior spirit that he has, he always took any challenge, ready or not ready.
Was it you that said it, or he said it? Where not until you go in, to do something difficult, do you discover the strength that you have. So like if you really think about it, you might think that you're not good enough, you don't have the strength to take on something difficult.
I fully agree. I think we are measured not when we're on the strongest, but when we are on the weakest. That's when we truly measure ourselves, our character, who we are, not when we're in a position of power, when we're in a position of weakness.
Have you surprised yourself, like how damn good you are? Like, is this really how good I am in this situation? Where in retrospect you might think, how the hell was I able to accomplish this?
Not how good I am, because otherwise I wouldn't be there. So being there in the first place, it's already not a great thing. But I say, every single time I found myself there, I was super proud that I've never cracked. Like I've never gave up, ever, any second, any fight, never.
Never been broken in competition.
Never. Even it's not about winning or losing. It's about you giving up. I've never doubted myself. I always fought to the very end. Always. That I'm most proud of. Because there was moments, it's in a terrible position. Mainly like there was moments that I was super tired or like exhausted tired when it was easy to give up. Like I had nothing more to give. But I pushed. I took energy out of my soul, I would have to say, because when my body had zero, my spirit, my soul, pull it out.
Is that in part just not allowing yourself to have to ever quit?
Yeah.
I have one other thing I regret. I remember like a blue belt match. I'm not gonna say who it was against, but I remember just being extremely exhausted and just constantly fighting a guy with really good mount, really good guard passing, and I just remember him passing my guard eventually for the second finals of one of the IBJJF tournaments, and then right away going to the mount and just I don't know. The level of frustration. I mean, I quit at that point. So I remember that still. Like it's not about winning or losing. But I just remember I was like teary eyed, frustrated, and then I knew there was a lot of fights still left, in there somewhere, and I quit. And I regret that to this day. Because I think the reason I regret that is because it gave me an option to now quit in every other aspect of life. Like that, this is an option.
Yeah, it is.
It sucks.
Yeah, it teaches you, It makes us stronger.
It's
I
like
think
you
it
said,
made you stronger.
yeah, it makes you stronger that you did that, to learn that don't do that again. But still, like you said, just going to sleep and training, I do think it made me weaker. It did make me weaker in the rest of my life too. I've quit a few times in my life on small things, and you realize, okay, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine. Like, who cares? But what you learn over time is that voice always comes there. Like, obviously, maybe it does for you too, even at the highest level. Of like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's okay to quit here. Like, it makes sense. I really would understand. Um, in some sense, like, you're, many people would say you're past your prime in this match with the Kushesha. Like, it makes sense. You've been focusing on MMA. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird voice, and in some sense, it's that voice and a voice that says like, "Why are you doing this? Like, this is silly. It doesn't make any sense. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop." And shutting that voice down and never allowing yourself to quit. That's a really powerful thing. Like, everybody has that. Everybody that's successful. Down to the even engineers, CEOs, Elon Musk, just never quitting. Like when everybody around you says quit, never quit it. It's weird. I don't know what that is. Might be genetic. It might be like using the stubbornness to just never allow yourself to develop that. It's basically developing a callousness to that voice that tries to tell you to quit. You never quit, huh? What would you attribute that to?
It's like how much you want to get to the destination you chose. Like, it's how badly you want to get there. It's if you quit, you're never gonna get there.
And you always wanted to.
I always wanted.
Is there something you remember from that match? Some things that happened before and after that stand out to you? Just since in Rio.
Yeah, there was an interview. Like prior to the fight. There was a big fight. We were doing like media every day before. We were meeting, me and him, we were meeting for media, and like 5 days before, 5-6 days before, I'm quite chatty. The closer we get to the fight, the more focused I get, the less I start joke around, playing, with people. But I remember, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 days before, we were doing an interview together. And my cousin Kira was there. She was doing one of the interviews with us. And I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but I just remember we were talking about the fight, of course. And then it was, we were standing beside each other. And I'm like, and then suddenly I jump in and grab him by the neck. I think, well, I'm going to tap you by the neck. And then he was like, very shy.
Yeah.
And then I let go. I said, I'm going to go tap you by the arm. And I could feel he wasn't comfortable, with being there. There was, me saying that I'm going to tap him out. There was like, I was so relaxed, joking about it, but I'm joking that I'm going to tap him out in a fight that we're going to have in 4 days' time. And yeah, I felt it was like not comfortable at all.
Do you think you got in his head a little bit?
Yeah,
it gave you a little bit of confidence?
Yeah.
You said that jiu-jitsu is a reflection of your personality. So both your jiu-jitsu and your personality, there's a calmness. What is that? Why are you so calm? Is there like an ocean underneath that's boiling? Is this developed or is this your personality? Are you basically leveraging who you are already to develop a game around the jiu-jitsu, or did the jiu-jitsu make you calm?
I think both. I was always very calm since I was a kid, since very young. I was never very, fiery person. So that is a reflection, you reflected on my jiu-jitsu, my life, on my fights, the way I fight. So it's a direct influence of my personality. And I think it's also, in the day, you develop the more you practice, the more you fight. It's like, you don't want to get nervous, you don't want that adrenaline, and so you just learn how to shut that off from your mind. So the less I thought about it, it's like how many times I fought. Let's say the week before the fight, that's when you start more, when you concern the most, because now it's getting very close. Before it's just far away. It's normal to think of the tournament. You get a bit nervous, but it goes away quick. But the fight, the week before, now you're constantly thinking of that day. And every time you think, adrenaline comes in, your heart accelerates. It doesn't, it makes it's like, why am I feeling this? What difference will it make? So you're shutting that thought out of your mind because you don't want to feel that adrenaline, your heart accelerating. It's not going to add you anything. So it's a practice also that I think it helped me to shut that off my mind.
Does that help you in regular life?
Yeah, of course. It's, with somebody, when you go into any situation that might be stressful, like an important meeting, super, whatever it is, it's like how much would you worry about that before? Worry is not going to help you anywhere. It's the opposite. Just going to make you more nervous, your heart will accelerate, your ability to think clearly is going to be damaged by that. So it's like the more calm, the more relaxed you are, the better you can think of.
Do you ever get angry?
Yeah.
Like in traffic? Do you ever get like not calm, just like you're screaming?
No, not in a screaming, no.
But just angry.
Yeah.
What does angry look like? Is it still calm?
Yeah, like a few seconds of complaining, but then it goes away.
Have you ever like thrown a cell phone in a wall or something like that?
No, I never get that. But that's just it's like it's if I would have done that, I would not be able to control my emotions prior to a fight. utopia of
so that
reflection.
letting yourself loose.
Yeah. And losing control that will reflect all the time.
Do you think it has in part made you more emotionally closed off from the world? Like it's harder for you to be vulnerable to others.
Probably. Yeah, but I heard that a few times. I'm emotionally closed. Yeah, maybe. I think that influenced. Yeah.
Think you ever cried at a movie?
Yeah. Not for many years, but for I think maybe I'm getting older.
Do you remember the movie?
Something. I mean, it's no.
It's the Notebook.
No, I mean, I'll say the last few years I've been crying more than before for some reason. I don't know why. Like silly movies, like nothing suddenly brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah. Well, I've already just having met you and interacted with you, I can see that you're kind of opening your heart and mind to the world. You could see like here's this historically great athlete. Now like the wars have been fought and you're now like waking up to the world. It's cool to see.
Probably I'm bringing my guard down now. I don't have to get it up all the time.
You can even do some podcasts. You said you watched like movies beforehand sometimes. Mentioned Braveheart. What were you doing? Did you watch something beforehand, like the day before?
I used to, it was like, I think Braveheart and Gladiator. I mean, there's a few others that I've always watched the day before. Because the day before I used to do nothing. I just want to be at home in bed watching TV, like saving, the energy, stretching by myself. So like just want to save energy. I don't want to waste my energy going out, going around. So those are the movies that I always like to watch. Kind of try to bring some, hyper excitement. Like I'm getting ready to war tomorrow. So I'm like, let me watch some movies that like brought some that warrior spirit into me.
Yeah, what is that about human nature? Braveheart I love even more. Should you put your life on the line for a thing that matters or run away just so you can live? It's like running, you may live, but like years from now, when you look back at this moment, would you trade all the days just to come back to this moment?
And tell them
You can take our lives, but you can't take our freedom. I mean, wow, man. What is that about human nature? Is there some aspect of like the glory you were able to achieve being more important than anything else? There's some aspect of that's greatness,
Yeah, I never pursued glory, so it just came. It came with it, but that was never my goal. I never cared for glory.
Were you able to experience like I'm at the height of this thing? Whatever humanity is able to achieve in various things, holy shit, I'm flying.
I felt like no one can touch me. I can destroy people. Yeah.
For long periods of time or just momentarily?
I always knew, from before I got to a black belt, like I can be great because I used to train with the best in the world. I used to, for many years, and I used to see my progression with and everybody else. So I knew I was getting somewhere. I knew I could be the best, and that was also my goal since very very young. And I always believed that I could be, and that over the years that kept telling me over and over again because I'm getting better and better faster than everybody else. So I just need to carry on with what I'm doing.
But I think you've said that you wanted to, and maybe you thought you could be the greatest of all time, like at the very beginning, like when you sucked.
Yeah, not the greatest of all time because, and I never really thought about that. But I thought I'm going to be the best in the world when I suck.
Okay, so what is that? What is that? Like that self-belief? Is there a component to that self-belief being a prerequisite?
It's difficult to say because that was a decision, I think. Like, why did I believe I could be? I can't tell you that because I don't know.
But you think you decided to?
I decided to be, and I believe that.
I think there was like a day somewhere when you were young where you're like, huh, you're sitting on a couch eating Cheetos.
I don't think it was a day, like a moment, because for many years, I wasn't really training much as a child. I've done a bit of, I used to train and then stop, done a bit of judo, never stay away from it much, but until, like from 10 to 14, I barely trained jiu-jitsu much. There was no Gracie school near where I used to live, and there was a judo school. I used to go twice a week. I went to jiu-jitsu tournament. I lost in 5 seconds. That's crying. The guy, he called me in 5 seconds. Anyway, so when I was 14, I went to the south of Brazil to see my uncle Hillian, to spend summer holidays over there for like 4 weeks, I think. And when I got there, my cousin Hollis was living with him. Hollis, like, bigger than me. He was, I think, 4 years older. So I was 14, he was already 17, 18. Purple belt competitor. And I think that was the first time in my life that I felt what it meant to be a Gracie in terms of having a school, teaching, training, living that, jiu-jitsu lifestyle, what a Gracie meant to be. And I've loved that. I was out of shape. My uncle was like, incentivizing me to lose weight, to train. But you're not training, why? It's like, you're out of shape, you need to diet. So I used to run every day. I was eating super well. I started when I started changing. So when I go back to Rio, I was super motivated to follow up, carry on. And he invited me to go back there to live with him. But I couldn't, it was too soon to change schools and everything. My mom said, no, but maybe next year if you want to go, you can. So I kept that in my mind. Next year, I moved to the south to live with him. I was 15. And it was him, my uncle Hillian, and my uncle Crowley. They both used to live very close to each other. They used to have their own schools close to each other. So I was with both. And I stayed there for almost a year. I was the youngest in the academy. There was some, blue, purple belts, normal guy, but they were already competing, training ahead of me. And I just joined the group of training. I didn't compete while I was there because there was no competition that day. And I wasn't really ready, but it's not about competing, it's more about the training. And I started training every day, started improving. And a year after that, when I came back to Rio, I was already on a mission. I was like, I love this. I'm just carrying on training every day with my uncle Carlos Gracie Jr., Gracie Barra. And when I got there, I was training a little bit there before, but 14, 15. But when I got there, there was one of the most competitive, one of the biggest jiu-jitsu school at the time. There was so many high-level world champions, competitors in every single belt. And so I've kind of joined in with that. And I've carried on. I don't remember when, but I remember, looking and saying, I'm going to be the best in the world. But I was at the bottom of the stairs. No one really believed me. I didn't shout, to the sky, but, I told a few people, I'm like, I'm going to be the best. And that, I think, I was just losing, but I've never, ever doubt. I've never diverged from that mission, I would say.
Did anyone believe you when you said you could be great?
Nobody.
Did it matter?
Didn't matter. I don't care. I don't need.
Even people that love you.
Everybody. My mom, my dad. No one in my family thought I was going to be here today. Nobody. Because I just started late. I've never had any start that people, that kid's going to be really good. I was a chubby kid that didn't barely train. I mean, people used to look at me, just another Gracie. One more.
What do you learn from that? Do you think most people lose that self-belief? They quit when everyone around them doesn't believe?
Yeah. I think if those that need approval, yeah.
But I see you shouldn't have approval.
I never need approval from anyone. I don't care if you believe me or not. It's not my problem.
It's tough. I don't need approval, but you're surrounded by people older, wiser, better than you, and they're kind of directly or indirectly saying you stop being silly kid.
No one ever told me that because that was not something that I used to say all the time. I maybe say it just very, very few times.
I just want, maybe that's the secret.
Of course, I mean, if you start shouting, then you just be silly. Then it's not what you really want. Then you're saying that for another reason. If you say it over and over again, because you shouldn't. I mean, that's why.
Well, to push back, one of the reasons you might want to say it is to find the right people that believe in you.
Yeah, but no, if you say it over and over again, then you're just bragging.
Sure.
Because one thing is to say it, but the other one is to do it. So it's, you say it once or very few times, but now you have to do it. Saying is not helping you getting there.
Was there sacrifices you had to make?
Everything. That was my priority in life. Everything was secondary.
Like social life,
Yeah.
career paths,
Yeah.
all
Everything.
And as from 14, 15, 16, as you get better and better and better and better, it was just becoming sharper, the focus on this thing.
Yeah. It's just over and over again. Over and over again. It's it's just training. And I mean, how many times I lost, I had no clue.
So on the mat, you were
getting
beat up.
Getting smashed by everybody. People my age, I was chubby, I was physically weak. I mean, I'm tall, but physically, I'm not physically strong. I'm normally strong for my size, but physically, if you want to measure strength, I'm weak. Because, we can measure strength lifting weights. I'm weak. I don't lift. I lift weight same as people much lighter than me. Everybody my weight lifts heavy weight.
And the people that train with you often talk about how
They think I'm super strong. Yeah, because I generate a lot of strength. I can create. I put myself in the right angles, so then I can be strong. I'm not strong. And the only person who I listen to saying that is Comprido, one guy that I fought for Drew Medeiros. I fought him a few times. And he's the only one that I heard saying about me that's like, no, Roger's not strong. He's not. He's technical and he can create strength, but he's not strong.
he meant that as a compliment.
Yeah, I think so. No, I think he was honest because I think he's the only one who could see that.
Yeah.
So I think that's a compliment.
So he's technically really strong.
Yes,
So you had incredible matches with him.
Yeah.
Is there insight you have about how you went from a person who was not very good but had a dream, a confident dream, a vision, to somebody that was actually good? Was there something to the practice sessions? Were you getting reps on specific techniques?
I've never done anything special because I'm in a gym training equally with everybody else. So I've never did anything on the side different than anybody else. So I was in the school training exactly the same way as everybody else.
Well, in terms of schedule, yes, but can you reverse engineer what was going through your mind? Because there's so many different ways to actually mentally approach these same exact training sessions.
I'm gonna try to beat you.
Okay. So in some part it's competitive.
Yeah.
Like at the core of it is I want to be better than these particular people.
You're gonna keep beating me. I'm gonna keep coming back at you.
And to do that, I have to solve problems. I have to figure out how to do stuff well.
You catch me once, I'm gonna keep on coming, trying to not get caught.
At which point did you develop a game that was basically the famous white belt game of the very basics, the very fundamentals of jiu-jitsu? Like the saying, "I'm going to beat you."
Never. There was never a conscious decision to try to to have a basic jiu-jitsu first. I think there's a big misconception that my jiu-jitsu is not basic.
It's not. You're right.
It's not basic. It's not old school. I think people they just don't see that it's extremely complex in a way that is people they cannot copy. I teach people. I can teach you the cross collar choke, but the one thing that people they don't realize is not the move. Is you need to practice the move until you learn. is the practice over and over again. Like it took me years. When I say years, I'm like years after I was a black belt, I was able to choke people out with a cross collar choke in the mouth effectively. Years after I got my black belt. So that's something that you learn first day, first week. So I can teach you. It makes no difference. You know the theory, but until you apply it, and it will help you, of course. The more details you learn, the more tools you have to practice. But it's still very complex because it's not about the move itself. It's about how can you control the movement of the other person. He's resisting you, blocking. You cannot predict what he'll do, and he's doing a whole bunch of moves to block you. Every single move you to step on the way because it's a progression of move from beginning to end till I apply to choke. It's a progression of move, and there's not one way to get that. There's many ways because how many ways can you block? You can put your arm in every single angle. We have both arms you can bridge. So it's dealing with all that. That's the complexity of the position. But that goes for everything. Like every single move, my strong move, I would say, it took me years developing them. Years. So and you're going to tell me that's basic? So go try that. What the other person is defending. That's the thing because most of the things that I do, I've been doing them for years. And they know that I'm going to do, and I can still get it most of the time. That's the hardest. It's when they know what's coming and you can still do it.
And you said that the way you're able to do that, you just have to do it right.
Yeah.
What do you learn by doing all the steps along the way? And just for people who don't know, cross collar choke from the mouth. So jiu-jitsu starts in a neutral place. There's people on their feet, and then you get to the ground somehow, and then there's the person on top and on bottom, and then there's a guard with the legs between the two people, and then you can get past the guard. As you get past the guard and you into side control and so on, you get more and more and more dominant positions. And so mount is considered to be one of the most dominant positions. It's when you're past their legs, sitting on top of their stomach, putting pressure on them. And cross collar choke is using their jacket to, how would you explain that? To choke.
So I have the collars. I put my both hands on the collars, and when I squeeze, you press the neck, it blocks the vein, you go to sleep. So you choke people with your hands in the wrist. You put them, you grab the collars to get the wrist around people's neck and you squeeze.
Yeah, the discovery of that is fascinating. I mean, it's interesting. It's like, you can imagine there's all kinds of ways to choke a human being. What animals do with their mouth, right? They put their jaws around and the fact that you can kind of discover this methodology of the right kind of positioning, and then it becomes an art form, of why this, why not this, right? Or why not this or something, to figure all that out.
We practice, that will come easy.
Over time, you figure out what works and what not. And then more further and further details and subtleties start to emerge. Anyway, on that process of being able to beat some of the best people in the world, and the thing they know is coming, what's the difference between the white belt doing that and Andre Gracie doing that? The thing that's so hard to explain. What do you think you're picking up? Is it some tiny, tiny details of muscle movements?
It is. It's many tiny details because it's the whole movement itself. It's the perception from beginning to end. Like every step of that movement, it's important and precise. So it's you miss one detail on the way, it collapses. So when you say with the black belt has no control over the whole movement. He's thinking beginning and end. So he goes straight to your neck, regardless he cannot read the other person. If it's time to let go, if it's time to go for a neck, should I be pushing here before I get my hand in? Is this the right time to go deep, or should I deal with this first before the second hand?
That's at the beginning, says that the white belt.
Yeah.
At the very beginning of the journey.
Yeah. The white belt, you just think, finish.
And then as you get progress, you see that there's this giant tree of possibilities that you're almost stealing your way down? I mean, would you be able to teach? Do you even know what you're doing?
I did teach us.
But it's hard to convert into words, probably.
No,
That's possible.
then you don't know what you're doing.
So what are some most important details that you could say? Maybe positioning of the hand, the gripping. Is it the positioning of your body, the posture? Is there something interesting like